Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Can you guys hear me? What's up, guys? Should be live on the Twitch, and we should be live on the YouTube as well. If you guys can hear me, please let me know in the chat. Make sure that everything is in order. Seems like it is, but you know, always just want to double check. Awesome. That's great. Thank you very much, my friends in Twitch, and thank you very much, my friends in YouTube. You guys ready for today? It's gonna be a fun one. It's gonna be a long one as well. It's gonna take us quite a bit of time to go through all of the amazing submissions that you guys presented, but we're gonna have a good time. We are gonna have a good time. Let's see. Hey, so your video in Nextwood still uploading there? Nah, they're just stealing my content. I mean, not necessarily stealing, but they're just using it. Technically, they paid for that when I made the courses like several years ago. But it was not on the contract that they could use it that way. But hey, you know, not much I can do about it. Or I don't want to worry about it either, so. Let's see. Here we go. This file here, and let's open this one. It is time, XWAG. It's time. That's right. That is right. Almost there. Just a couple more minutes. Let's wait for our good friend David and our good friend Alan to show up. Because we will be starting very, very soon. Say GCG, what's up, my friend? All good, all good. Really happy. Really looking forward to what we're gonna be looking at today. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I try to remain this. Let's how to say this. Not necessarily unbiased, but I didn't see as many of the submissions that you guys presented, so it's gonna be a first time for me as well. How's the weather over in Mexico? It's a little bit cloudy here in my city, which is a little bit weird, to be honest, for August. August is not usually a cloudy month. It tends to be a little bit more chilly, or sorry, hot. Let me check. Weather. Saltillo. Yeah, like yesterday it rained quite a bit. So yeah, it's gonna be 26 degrees Celsius today. 78 Fahrenheit, so not that bad. And we're expecting some rain tomorrow. So yeah. Yolanda, Casey, what's up, my friend? Oh, you had echo on your sound? That sounds lovely. We're in our 6th heat wave this summer so far. Where are you from? A chili. I thought it was Achilles, but no, it's a chili ginger. Where are you from? Had rainfall in the morning and 44 degrees Celsius heat in midday. Oh my god, in Serbia. Damn, dude, 44 degrees. No, so Saltillo, I've showed this before. I'll show you my CD in just a second. I just want to make sure I don't idiox myself while doing this. Yeah, there you go. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this special stream. We got the Call to Adventure stream, where we're gonna be showcasing all of the amazing contributions and projects that you guys were working on. Now, before we do that, though, you guys were asking about my hometown. So this is my town. This is where I live. I live in Saltillo. Saltillo is a small town in the north part of Mexico. So as you can see, this is Mexico, and this is the north part of Mexico. I live here, Saltillo. And we're really close. We're like 1 hour away from Monterrey, which is one of the big hubs here in Mexico. In Mexico, we have three huge metropolitan areas, like the main hubs, which is Monterrey, it's one of them. Guadalajara is another one right here, and then Mexico City. Those are the three biggest business hubs and big cities in the country. There's a bunch of other cities that are really big as well. But if you see here, Saltillo, we're really close to this huge mountain range, and it's very green. They usually refer to this area right here, which is what's the word? It's called Arteaga. It's another zone here in Coahuila. They refer to this as the Switzerland of Mexico because there's pine trees, and in winter there's usually snow over here and things like that. So even though we live in a desertic area around the north of Mexico, we are very close to the mountains, and that tends to keep it a lot cooler than the rest of the country. So even though we do get heat waves, they usually are not super bad. So yeah. Cool 3D model. Let's see the topology. Do you have an orange movie filter over there all times? No, it's not orange. It's yellow. But yeah, we do. Good morning, Lord Emmanuel. Let's see. It says, hello all. So many great entries this contest. I personally think it's the best tournament of the past contest. I mean, we have the biggest turnout yet, right? Last year when we did the Echoes of Caer Aurelia, that one had 136, I think, or 134 entries. Right now, I think we got close to 200. So it was a bunch of them. And again, I haven't seen them, so I'm gonna get surprised the same as you guys as we go through this. Let's see. Becker Draw says, I used to live in Michoacan. Oh, Michoacan, very beautiful state. Unfortunately, it's been very violent this past couple of years. There's a lot of cartel stuff going on. Most of this lower portion of Mexico is unfortunately very it's funny. They call it, how do they call it? Someone correct me, el corredor de sangre o algo así, something like that, because most of the drugs that are coming from South America and Mexico, of course, they go through this coast. So it's Guerrero, Michoacán, Jalisco, Nayarit, Sinaloa, Sonora, so all of that thing to go to the US. And that's a very hot area, not just in climate, but also in violence, unfortunately. So yeah. But anyway, let's not talk about that right now. Let's talk about, of course, our contest, my friends. So, as you guys know, during the past 6 weeks, we've been working on a very cool contest here. You guys have been part of this amazing contest, and this is none other than, have it right here. There we go. None other than the Call to Adventure 3D art contest. So we have the biggest cash prize that we've given out so far, and we have 5 amazing sponsors that are part of this contest. We have our friends at Topogon, our friends at 3D Code, our friends at Mad Brothers Designer, our friends at Cascadeur, and of course our friends at Marmoset Toolbag. So all of these software developers will be giving away licenses to the winners. Some of them are going to be giving them to all of the winners, first, second, and third place. Some of them are going to be giving them to the first place, and another compensation to the second and third place. All of that is something that we've been sharing for the past couple of weeks. And of course, the winners will be decided thanks to the help of our judges. We'll talk about the judges a little bit later today. But yeah, actually, I think we should talk about the judges right now. Did we show the judges already, my friends? What do you think? Before we jump into all of the evaluation here for the submissions, let's talk about the judges. Let us talk about the judges. Says, yeah, let's wait for a little bit more. Let me finish setting up. How many people do we have online right now? I don't see the numbers here. Let me know how many viewers we have. As soon as we get to 100 viewers or something, we'll do the judges announcement. Wolf Girl, thank you for the subscription. 51 on Twitch. Okay, that's not bad. 1 gazillion. 130. I mean, we already have quite a bit of them then. Yeah, we already have 133 on YouTube and 51 on Twitch. So that's good. That's good. Do judges, then submissions, so it's uninterrupted. I agree. I think that's the best one. So, as I mentioned during the presentation of the project, my friends, we will not be part of the judging process. Like, I will not be part of the judging process. I will refer to, of course, my professional friends and their expertise. Some of the judges that I'm going to be announcing, you already know because they've helped us in the past, or I've mentioned them or worked with them in the past. Some of them are new to this judging presentation. So the way this is going to work is we will be picking a top 30 competitors. We will be doing a filter of the top 30 submissions because I cannot send the judges 200 submissions for them to review all of them. So there will be a previous sort of like a pre-filter on the ones that we consider to be the best 30 submissions. And you guys are probably going to help us today to pinpoint some of them, just sort of like get an idea of who this persons or who the submissions deserve to be. Okay, so we're going to have that. We will be sending those submissions to the judges, and they will be using the evaluation rubric to determine who it is for each of them. Then we'll average out the results, and that's what's going to allow us to pick the judges pick. Remember, we're going to have two categories here. So there's going to be the judges pick, and there's going to be the community pick. David is going to help us with the setup of the community pick. That's going to be his homework for the weekend. And hopefully on Monday, we will have open the community vote submissions. So the way community vote works, in case you guys missed it from the last event, is here on the Discord channel. We will have this community pick channel, and what David will do is he will place all of the different images, the beauty render of all of the elements, as well as the main post, so that you guys can see everything. And here you're gonna be able to just vote. You can vote for as many of you want, and whoever gets the most votes is gonna win the community vote. Okay, so the community pick. So if you want to be a part of the community pick and decide who the winner is on that category, make sure to join the Discord. Make sure to join again the community pick channel, and go from there. So let's see. So you can, yeah, I can be a part of the community pick. Yeah, it's going to be one vote, right? Only. But yes, I can be a part of the community pick. That's right. Cool. So the first judge that I want to present is someone that you already know because we are huge friends with him. And that is, of course, none other than Labros Panosis. So we've worked with Labros before. He is one of the key persons that helped us create the amazing course that we did for the hand-painted course last year. So Labros has worked with big companies around the world. He has worked with the Blizzard. He worked on the World of Warcraft, and he is just such an amazing concept artist, an amazing person as well, an amazing instructor, and he is going to be a part of the judging panel. We're actually preparing a surprise with Labros as well for next week, so stay tuned on his socials as well so that you know about this. Now, the reason why I picked Labros is because he's got a really good eye for design, and because this contest was going to be involving quite a bit of design as well as the 3D technical executions, I wanted to make sure that we had someone who knew how to tell apart from a good design and, well, a design that might still need a little bit of work. So Labros is going to be the first judge here in our contest. The second one, someone that I mentioned before, I don't think he has helped us with judging before, but he is a very good friend of mine, and his name is Chris Silva. So I've mentioned him before in other live streams. Chris is a senior 3D character artist. He's one of the first 3D peers that I met in this industry more than 15 years ago in one of our first jobs, and he will be a part of the contest judging panel as well. He has great taste in anime style figures, so stylized stuff. He also knows how to do realistic, of course. He's been working on the collectible industry for a long time. I believe he right now is in Canada, and he's got a huge portfolio. Make sure to check him out in ArtStation as well. Amazing style from Chris. Then we're gonna go back to another concept artist who I had the honor of learning from earlier this year. And you guys might have seen his stuff. He's been posting quite a bit of stuff on the socials as well. His name is Dave Paget. He is a senior character concept artist. I took a mentorship with him earlier this year because I wanted to learn a little bit more about the creative process and the design principles about traditional 2D art. And he is such an amazing person and an amazing artist as well. So Dave is going to be helping us with the judging panel too. Yep. If you've, there you go. Chili Ginger says, I didn't know Dave Paget. I met him a few months at uni. Yeah, he is such a good artist. If you've seen his work, and if you again go to ArtStation and check his stuff, you guys are going to be quite surprised about the quality of work that he delivers. He's worked for film, he's worked for commercials, he's worked for video games. Just freaking amazing artist. Another one that I'm really happy to have here as part of the paneling judges is none other than Ian Robinson. Do you guys know who Ian Robinson is? He is one of the main team members at ZBrush. I met him at the GDC this year when I went there to San Francisco. And one of the first things that we talked about was like, hey man, like we're planning on doing a contest. I would love you to be part of it. So Ian Robinson, he is one of the big trainers inside of ZBrush. He knows ZBrush inside and out. He goes around the world teaching studios and teaching people about the tools about ZBrush. He's also, of course, an amazing sculptor. So if you've seen Ian online, make sure to follow him on Instagram and all of the socials. Ian Robinson is going to be the 4th judge here on the competition. Another amazing artist, and we're so happy to have him, of course, here with the team. And finally, we are going to have an interesting one here, because we are going to invite back not only Franny Turner. Franny Turner, she might be here on the chat. She's usually here on our live stream. She's a great part of the community. She always supports us, and she is one of our main connections to the Marmoset Toolback team. So in the Marmoset, guys, they are of course offering licenses for the winners as part of the prizes, but they will be joining us as part of the judging panel as well. So Franny is the representative of this team, but this one is going to be a team judge. So not only is Franny going to be going over the whole submissions, there's going to be like more people from inside the Marmoset Toolback team that will be helping decide and score the participants. So this one's going to be a very fun one as well. Thank you very much, of course, to our friends at Marmoset Toolback for being part of this. And yes, she is very kind, as you say, Solid Mango. She's an awesome person, a great artist too, and she's going to be helping us with the 5th slot in this judging panel. So that's it. Just to like show them again. So we have first time it's going to be Chris Silva, senior 3D character artist. We are going to have a Dave Paget, senior character concept artist. We're going to have Franny Turner and the Marmoset team as part of the judging panel. We're going to have, of course, Ian Robinson. And last but not least, we're going to have our good friend Labras Paunousis as part of this panel. So this is it. I'm not gonna be a part of the panel this time around to avoid any sort of like bias or any sort of like confusions that might arise. We haven't had any of those issues before, but I just want to prevent it. Make sure that everything is as clean and as transparent. The only thing that might happen, and this is on the PDF, so if it happens, I don't think it will, but if it happens, just so that you guys are aware, if there is a tie on the judges' evaluation, I will be adding my evaluation, and my score will eventually be the tiebreaker to decide who it is. Okay, so that's pretty much it. That's the paneling announced. Remember, we will have, or the judges will have 2 weeks to go through all of the submissions, and once they do that and send me the scores, we will be revealing the winners on a live stream on August 21st. So that is 2 weeks from now. So in August 21st, we're gonna have another live stream. We're gonna be announcing, of course, the winners. We're gonna have, you know, like the cool videos, the presentations, everything, right? So that you guys can see the results of this amazing contest, the 4 contests here on the Leal 3D channel. Let's see, do we have any questions? Ducatello says, an honor to be judged by these professionals, all amazing artists. Yep, they're all super cool. Some of them, yes, Alice in Renderland. So Labros was there for Echoes of Cara Aurelia, and Franny Turner were there for Echoes of Cara Aurelia. Both of them were, but the other 3 ones, Ian Robinson, Dave Paget, and Chris Silva this is the first time that they're helping us here with the judging panel. So yeah, there we go. I think that's it, and I think we are ready now to jump into the submissions. So, David, do we have a number of how many submissions we actually got? I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think we got like 200 submissions. It's a lot. Look at all of this, my friends. A lot of submissions. A lot of submissions, which is awesome. And I'm already seeing some really cool thumbnails. So yeah, we're gonna go through them. We are going to go through them. Let's take a look. So we're gonna start at the very, we have a question here by Nandish. Community pick is for top 30 or whole 200 submissions? No, so the top 30, we are gonna take a look at all of this, and we are going to decide internally, like the team, in this case, David, Alan, and myself, we are going to make a decision on which of all of these 200 submissions are the top 30 submissions. Those are the ones that are going to be scored by the judges. And this is something that we mentioned and included on the PDF. So this is not news. This is something that has been talked about before, okay? Don't forget to put the post to date posted instead of recent activity. It'll be going all over the place. Yes, that's right. We're going to change this to date posted. And we are going to start now with, is this, can we do date posted? Is this the right one? And we're so good now. Okay, so it seems like we're gonna go from like the one that was posted the soonest all the way to the one that was posted the latest. So that's it. Let's start, my friends. Now, because we have so many submissions, I might not be able to go through all of the story for all of them. That's gonna take us like, I don't know, like 5 minutes per submission. It's gonna take us what would that be, like 1,000 minutes? That's way too much. So we're just gonna do sort of like a quick glance, but I will be commenting on what I see and the kind of things that I like, the kind of things that could be improved. So think of this as a little bit of a portfolio review. Okay. Will the community votes be limited to only those 30? No. The community votes is for everyone. The community votes is for everyone. So on the community votes, you're going to have access to all of the submissions. And if, for instance, which didn't happen last time, right? But if, for instance, there was a submission that you thought deserved to be on the top 30 and it was not, well, you can totally vote for it on the community vote. There's also the rule, you guys, again, you need to check the PDF if you are a contender for the top prizes, that you cannot win on both categories. So if, let's say, we decide that one piece is the best piece and the judges decide that that's the best piece as well, like both community and the judges take precedence. So he gets the first place from the judges category. And on this one right here, on the community vote, it trickles down, right, to the next one. So the second place on community pick gets the first place, so that the prizes are distributed more fairly. Okay, you mean the ones posted the latest first? Yes, in this case the ones posted the latest are going to be going first, because I don't think I can change this right here to the other option usually, or can I? Yeah, no, I can just do date posted, and unless I were to start at the very bottom. So we're going to start right here, and this is Joao Vaz, and Joao Vaz has this very cool character. Her name seems to be do we have a name? Michaela the Archer. This looks very nice, my friend. I like it. I like the composition that you went here for. I do think the light might be missing a little bit. Like, I think we might be missing a little bit of a rim light on her to make sure that she looks integrated with the environment. Because right now, I do see the rim light here on the background, but not too much on her. And let's take a look at the... There we go. That looks pretty nice. Did you use... I'm not sure if you're here in the chat, but I'm wondering if you use Marble Designer throughout the throughout the whole contest, or at the end of the contest we actually were giving away a free month of Marble Designer for people to try it out. It does seem to me that you use something, because some of these wrinkles look really interesting, and it's not that easy to get them looking like this inside of ZBrush. So hopefully you did use a little bit of Marble Designer there. Yeah, cool pose. I agree. The pose is looking very nice. I like the hair as well. Looks quite interesting. Yeah, this is cool, man. This is cool. What software is this? Oh, this is Unreal, right? Nice. See, Unreal can get you some quite nice renders as well. Yeah, man, I like this. I really like the attire of her. It looks like it's fantasy, but not like super old fantasy, like a little bit more modern. I just think maybe with a little bit of a rim light there, the image could have been a little bit stronger. But good start here by our friend Joao Vaz with Michaela on her start of on her adventures beginning. Let's see. You mean the ones posted on... Yeah. Yeah, a little bit of atmospheric haze or some dust, some sand, right? Like blowing around would be interesting. Let's take a look here. Oh no, Mercury, my friend. I didn't want to start like this, but unfortunately you are going to be the first disqualified of today. Can anyone tell our friend Mercury why he is going to be disqualified? It's a very important reason right now. And again, like your character was looking quite nice, man. Maybe you didn't have enough time to finish. I liked it. Like this Wishart character, I think you were doing a good job. Like some of the cloud information and everything was looking quite nice. So the reason you are going to unfortunately be disqualified, and this does mean that your stuff will not be on the community vote, right? Is you are missing the story, right? Which was a requirement for this contest, and you are missing the templates that we provided. So yes, exactly. The overlay is missing. Now, I do want to make a point here, because we were getting some questions about this yesterday, and one of the reasons why we do this is not only to, well, standardize everything and make sure that everything looks pretty when we're presenting this on the video and everything else, but also because you guys, especially younger members of our audience, if you are starting out in this 3D journey, in this 3D industry, need to understand that we need to follow instructions. If you're working with a client, if you're working in a studio, they will give you specific instructions, naming conventions, file placement, the way you connect or link things together. All of those things are important. You might think they're not as important, or you might think that that they're just like obnoxious little instructions. But the problem is that in a standardized or like industry, you do need to follow specific processes to make sure that everyone knows where things are and how things work. So that's actually one of the reasons why I included that specific instruction. It might not seem like much, but it gives us a very good idea of how we work on the industry. Okay, so this is looking good, my friend. I will give you one piece of advice or another piece of advice. Finish this one. Try going through the texturing stage. Try going through the through a posing stage so that you can show us who this character is. Because right now she looks a little bit like a ghost, and even though the model is looking quite nice, I would strongly recommend that you finish this, maybe for your portfolio. Okay, but congratulations on that, my friend. The PDA should have the fact that then black bars need to be there. Yeah, that might have been a little bit of an oversight. We did include them on the images, which is what most people are seeing. But I agree, Casey. That's definitely something that we'll be doing for next time. If we include that template, we will mention that on the other side. This is another one. Says Alois Humboldt. Oh my god, dude, this is sick, man. This is by Keegan. Keegan, this is looking pretty cool, man. He's giving me villain vibes, though, which is great, right? Like we mentioned that you could have done a villain, that you could have done a, what's the word, another type of character, like a mercenary, maybe. I don't think I've ever seen this integration of an octopus and a character. Really, really good. Good composition in general. I like it. I do think the background could have been blurred just a tad bit more to get that more of, like that depth of field effect. But this is looking pretty good. Love this clay render, man. Good stuff. Yeah, so the clay render, that was another question. The most important thing about the clay render is we wanted to make it clear that we can see the construction of your character, right? Like the forms, the sculpt, like things like that, so that our judges can really appreciate the detail that you put into the piece. Into the piece. Let's see. Ooh, nice, nice, man. I love it. Yeah, this is great, dude. Congrats. Shamelessly gouging the ocean floor. The ship that Alois boarded became another. Oh, interesting, interesting. Okay. So this character was killed on a sea adventure, and then he was revived or brought back by Pearl, Queen Mother of the Depths, and now he is this this creature character. That's awesome, man. Congratulations. I love it. I love this character. Really, really cool submission here, Keegan. Really, really good one. Yeah, I love the UI. That's pretty interesting, right? The red one. There we go. Now let's go with White Fox. White Fox created this one right here. Okay. Interesting. This is that ancient summoning was meant to be dedicated to a great hero, but the magical ritual failed. Instead of a mighty warrior, only an old guitar and dry bones were transported to an unknown world. Okay. The thing connecting him to Leal was the worn instrument on his back. Several years have already passed since he began wandering these strange, boundless lands. Oh, my friend, White Fox. I'm sorry, White Fox. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You will be disqualified as well. Wolf Girl, thank you. Thank you for the gifts. Well, everyone, thank Wolf Girl if you got the gift right now. Thank you very much for the support, Wolf Girl. But did he have used a template? Yeah, this one used a template. This one right here is using the template right there. Call to adventure. And call to adventure right there on the beauty render. We might need to do something about that because it seems like we didn't communicate properly. But the main image, which is the one that we're going to be showing, it's this one right here. That's the main one that needs to have the template. Okay, so we'll talk about that in just a second. Now, unfortunately, White Fox, you did use the template. You did include the information, but I'm seeing right here that you did not submit in time. And this is going to be a disqualification as well. So as you guys can see right now, or yesterday at 11:59 p.m., which was the deadline, the text was submitted, but the images were submitted at 12:12 a.m. So that was 12 minutes past the submission. Okay, it doesn't matter if it's not part of the post, as long as it's in the same like post, that's fine. But because of the time, I am gonna have to disqualify this one. I do like the character. I think he's funny. I think it's got like a lot of charisma. I like the pose. I feel like the render is missing a lot. Like I don't really see the communication being super clear on the character here on the beauty render. Like these creatures are taking way too much visual importance or visual weight for the whole thing. But yeah, Could he edit the post to include the images? The post itself in some time. No, I think I'm not gonna be able to allow that for this particular one. Because this doesn't seem like it was edited. It seems like he was again like adding this after the time. And again, like these are life lessons for everyone, right? Like if you're in a job, if a client is expecting something by a specific deadline, you can't miss that. Like you need to always prepare to be able to do that. And yeah, for instance, Hondub has a good point. It says, imagine if it's because of the wacky internet. I understand, but my answer to that would be, hey, don't wait until the last minute. Like if you wait until the last minute, things like this could happen, right? Internet can fail, your computer can crash, there could be like a power blackout or whatever. So it's important that you always give yourself a good amount of time. Here's something, a little like story that I used to do when I was in school. Every time when we were in school, and you can ask my peers this because I was very open about this way of working, I would always finish the project that was due one day before it was due. So if the project was due on a Friday, I would have everything ready and I would think to myself, the project is due on Thursday, right? So I would make sure that it was finished. And then if I had extra time to tweak a couple of more things or finish something else, I would of course use the time to keep polishing it. But I was always sure that I had everything ready and presentable one day before the deadline. So that if anything happened, again, computer related, energy related, you get sick, something happens with your family, whatever, well, you just can keep going, right? Like you already have a good preparation right there. Now we go with Mael. Says, in a warrior society where strength prevails above all, Mael must enter the warrior rites. Failures are turning to living sacrifices to their dark god. Fearing for her life, Mael escapes, leaving all she knows behind. But the world outside the palace might bring an even more grim fate. Let's take a look. Okay, so let me change this. Meru. The thing I'm gonna mention, I like the fact that you were able, it seems like you even added like a walk cycle right here. Okay, cool. I got confused. So this is the proof render, right? This is the proof render. This is your clay render, and this is your beauty render. Okay, I thought this was the beauty render, so I was gonna start giving you feedback here. Alec is here. Chat, who is Alec? Oh, you are Alec. What's up, Alec? Welcome. Okay, cool. So I like this. I feel like we could have pushed in the camera a little bit more just to see her better, to see some of the textures a little bit better, the materials. It does look very sort of like fantasy-like. I think you did a good job there with the braid. That looks really interesting. And the cloth also looks interesting. I do feel like this cloak especially looks a little bit too perfect. That's a very common thing that we tend to do. We tend to make things very perfect. And CG or 3D stuff tends to lend itself to that kind of things. So I would recommend sort of like breaking up the silhouette, maybe with a transparency map, right? Like adding some like frayed edges or something like that to just break it up a little bit. And be very careful with proportions. You can see her arm right now is like way too long. Like it goes from here all the way to here. If we were to move the hands down, the hands will be like right around here. I feel like those are a little bit too long. But congrats, my friend Meru, on this effect. Now, I will give you one more little advice here. Hopefully, you take it the right way. I'm not trying to be, what's the word, mean about it or anything, but try to avoid using names that are very ingrained in popular culture, right? So right now, Mael, if I say Mael, everyone thinks about Expedition 33, right? Like that's pretty obvious. Why? Because we've all played that game. So if I see that, then my brain is going to automatically try to compare it to what I believe Mael should look like in Expedition 33. So try to use a different type of name for that. Imagine if I called my if I made a character and I called him Steve Rogers, right? Steve Rogers is Captain America. Like that name and that iconic sort of like look, it's already ingrained in everyone else's mind, right? So if I call it Steve Rogers, even though technically it's not, I don't know if it's illegal or not, based on copyright. It might be, to be honest. But if I do that, like again, like you're just asking for people to compare it to the other characters. So just a little tip right there. Let's see. If life got me this season, was not able to participate next season, our battle will be legendary. Looking forward to it, my friend. Looking forward. Let's go to the next one. The Bartar, thank you for the sub. And this is Nico with Cariet. Says, when Cariet was just a baby, she was found alone among the mountains by an ancient dragon. Rather than abandon her, the dragon took her to her nest and raised her alongside her own offspring. Kairi chose to dedicate her life to the Order of the Dragon Mothers. Nice! I like that story, man. Very D&D. And good render, man. Good render. I like that sort of like, I think it's called a Dutch angle, right? Where the camera's like tilted. I like it. Interesting pose. You know, like the horns on her head. Good design. Good stuff. See, I'm pretty sure here, I'm almost like 100% certain that Nico did use Marvelous Designer for this one because of the folds that we're seeing, right? And this is one of the big advantages of Marvelous, the fact that you can get really clean looking folds relatively easy. So good stuff, man. I really like this character. It definitely feels like a character that could be in a, again, like in a D&D adventure. So this is great. It seems like you used X-Gen for the hair. It's nice. Good stuff, dude. Good stuff. Let's see. Very heavy Dutch angle. Great character. I agree. Wish the eyes were looking in the right direction. Yeah, they're a little bit higher up, right? Like just pointing towards the egg might be a little bit better. Yeah, there you go. Another bit of feedback there for you, my friend. But good stuff, Nico. Really nice. Like it. Let's go now with the hunter and the prey. Oh, I like that. I like that that play on words, man. Enridgar says, it was not called for, not a single sign from the Lord. It was the rage and desperation of a mercenary by a man's hand and his dagger that took the life of a dear old friend, all over the cost of a promised land. Amelia, don't. And then nothing. Her life was taken as a warning. Now she ascends to heaven. I'll be back in 3 days, he said. 3 days now means something entirely different to me. I know, mother, you would never choose vengeance, but I cannot do the same. Nice. Dude, I like the story, man. She's gonna take care of this, right? She's gonna take matters into her own hand. Good stuff, man. Love the fact that you use probably the same base model, right, to create the both variations. From what I understand on the story, one is the mother and the other one is like the daughter, and she's gonna be, I wouldn't necessarily call her a villain, right, because she at least has a reason to look for this or like payback. I like it, man. I like it. I do feel the folds on some of the cloths look a little bit stiff, just a little bit. It seems to me that you probably use ZBrush for the sculpting, which is great. But here's again where like other softwares like Marvelous or even Blender, right, could give you some like more interesting ones. I love the textures though. Those textures on the faces, man. Good job. Look at that, like the redness on the cheeks, the eyes, like very powerful expression. See, this is one of those things that as 3D artists, we need to be very mindful of. We tend to work in T poses or relaxed poses because we then go through the rigging process and prepare everything for a proper pipeline. But one of the most important things, especially as a character artist, is making sure that the expression has some life behind it, right? Like you don't want to have a completely like dead or empty character, something that looks very, again, like CG or procedural. You want this. I know you can't always do this, like in production, you're not going to be doing this most of the time, you're going to be doing this kind of stuff, but for portfolio stuff, this is great. This is really great. So good stuff there, Enridgar. Love it. And love the way you took something that we normally relate to, let's say, good godly things, right? Like you wouldn't expect a nun to become like an assassin or to take matters into her own hands. But I like that twist. I like the twist, and I like the play on words here as well. The hunter and the prey. Love it. First time in Marvelous. Oh, okay. So you did use a little bit of Marvelous. That's great. That's what these contests are for as well, right? To learn new tools, to explore some other options. So yo, keep playing with that. Keep playing. This is a great piece, by the way. Like if you can like go back and work a little bit more on it, I think you're gonna have really strong piece. Let's see. Calling now. There's going to be a Marvelous Designer giveaway. No, we already had the giveaway, Sonny Fletcher. We already had it. So our friends at Marvelous were giving away a free 1 month use of the software during the duration of the contest. You probably missed it if you didn't see one of the shorts or the event channel, but we already had it. I'm just mentioning it because, of course, yes, there are partners here on the channel, but also because this is the kind of stuff where Marvelous just excels, right? Like that kind of like garments specifically. Let's now go with Sorel. Sorel by Lou Boy says, with one hand playful and loose, strolling through the forest, Sorel moves her hoops, exploring the great forest without care, despite her parents urging her to not venture too far north. But she can't. She has to. To live is to see, is one of her sayings. Nice. Interesting. A centaur. A girl centaur at that. I don't usually see girl centaurs. Most of them are males. Good stuff. She reminds me a little bit of the avatars, right? From James Cameron. So I think she's got that sort of like very elongated proportion to her. The ears are also very reminiscent of them, which is not a bad thing. Good detail on the sculpt. I like what you did here with the muscles on the horse. She kind of looks like a what's the name of a horse when it's a baby? It's not a horse. It's not a pony. Pony are a different breed, right? What's the name? You guys help me. English is failing me. There is a specific name that horses have when they're smaller. I don't know how to pronounce it. Foal or foal? Yeah, I know the word. Well, I see the word now, but I'm not sure if is it pronounced like foul, like when you make a foul, or foal? Second one, foal. Okay, foal. Cool. Thank you, guys. Thank you. So yeah, good stuff, man. I like it. You sculpt in ZBrush? Cool. I guess the only thing I would probably recommend, especially if you're already doing this, I'm not sure where you're doing the render. It kind of looks like it might be Blender. Just change the background, right? Like replace the background with a blurred picture of a forest, and that's gonna give you more visual impact, right, to the character, because you have a really good sculpt. I think you did a great job on the sculpt. It's just the final sort of like beauty render that might need a little bit more work, but good stuff, man. Please create Topogon separate video for beginners. We already have that, man. Just look Topogon, Leal 3D, and there is a video that I did with the introduction to the tools. Also, if you go to our site and you check the retopology course, the first couple of videos are the introduction to Topogon. So yeah, check that one out. And don't keep spamming or I'm gonna have to mute you, man. Yeah, gesture, very good as well. Let's go to the next one. Nymira, a Veil Walker, Unforgotten. Since Antler Reds, clad in tattered robes, it's to the above a sea of flame. Still sang as a... I love how everyone's doing this sort of like description, right? Like it's not just like a paragraph. Like you're actually going for a specific vibe in how you share this story. That's great, guys. Good stuff. Mira. Great pose. Love the pose, man. Look at that action line, right? Like going from the dagger all the way to the top to this like severed head of a mutant rabbit. Good stuff. Good detail in the textures. Love the rope flowing as well. Great stuff, man. I'm so happy that you guys are using the tools. I'm so happy. Makes me really, really happy. Great clay render. Yeah, good sculpt, man. Gives me Plague Tale vibes. Yeah, exactly, right? She killed Jar Jar Binks. Poor Jar Jar. Oh, man. And look at that marmoset render. Yeah, I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you. That's why I was so happy about the sponsors that we got this contest, because all of the sponsors have amazing software that, look at this, allow you to get some pretty sick results. Great stuff on this one, man. Great stuff. That's Nymira by Julius OG. Yeah, I really don't have any advices for you, man. I think you nailed it. I think you did a great job. The haircuts look quite nice. Maybe the skin just looks a tad bit pale, but I'm being like super nitpicky right now. I honestly don't have anything. Like, I would love to know more about this character. That's all I can say. The folds are too even on the pants, says someone. A little bit. I've seen pants like this. There are pants that tend to bundle up or create that sort of like the results. So it's not unheard of. So yeah, really well done. Good stuff, man. Let's go now to Battle of the Realms. By Sarahi. He who was summoned by the Princess of Actora to win him the Battle of the Fourth were all qualified heirs to participate in the Battle Royale, where sole survivals will be the next rule for the next 50 years. Interesting, man. Interesting choice of camera. Interesting design as well. Nice. It kind of reminds me... I mean, it has some, like, Egyptian vibes, right? They sort of, like, old religion... Like, interesting approach. No arms. That's a pretty unique feature, definitely. There's this guys. You guys might know the name. I don't remember them right now. But they tend to like have this huge cloth things, and they like decorate them with like metal chains and things like that. I don't remember if it's a culture, if it's a religion, or both. But it gives me that sort of like vibe, right? Pretty cool. Didn't have time to do so many things, and then one of the big mistakes was that the render I submitted was not the final render. This was not the final render? Oh man, that's such a bummer. I mean, it's still good though. I think you did a good job again with the camera. It is a little bit difficult to read, so my attention is being dragged to the head thing more than the character itself. So the first read that I get is the head thing, and the second read is the character itself. But I like it. I think it's a successful piece. Yep. Yeah, good stuff, man. You rendered in Blender. That's great. Sikhism. There you go. Yeah, I think Sikhism. It sort of like gives me that sort of like vibe, which it's great. Or that thing is very light. No, I do feel like it is heavy, right? Like, because you can see, I'm not sure if you did this intentionally, my friend. You can tell us here in the chat, but it feels like he is either leaning down because of the weight of the thing, or because he wants to hear what like the instruction is, or what his mission is going to be. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Okay, so you did this thing twice. That's fine. That's fine. So let's just delete that post. Yeah, as we mentioned, and this was a question that came up, if you submitted 2 posts, as long as you deleted one, you were going to be fine. So don't worry there. The mother, Max Swag, are you there, my friend? Are you here in the chat? You should be. I think I saw you there a couple of seconds ago. Let's see. The Age of Glory bled out on the stone floor. Inside the old sanctuary, the 3 wardens unleashed a fire, smelting everything into ash and trapping the holy saints and their warm life force in the thick smoke. Below the steps, the ashes of the kingdom crawled upward, reaching out for the only light in the face of the agonizing pain. Carrying a child with no father, a thing born from dark will. The relics on her shoulders hum, drinking the charred souls to feed the growing life inside her womb. Oh, it's a pregnant character. Interesting. Good stuff, man. Nice. So one thing that I really like about this one is that you have very good storytelling here. Like, you are telling a story. All of the corpses right here, this gardens, her with of course her pregnant belly. Pretty cool, man. My laptop 4 shut down when I had few Adobe apps open. Lost like 20 hours of progress. Oh man. So I did have enough time to polish the hammer handles. What hammer handles? Yeah, I didn't even notice them, so you're fine. Good stuff, man. I like the design language that you use for this one. You're using this very interesting swirly thing going around, and this is very important. When you're doing design, not most, right, but a lot of the things on the design should feel like they belong to the same character, and I think you accomplished this nicely with this one, right? So the hair, the shoulder pads, even this like hooks right here, which are part of like the heels, are working together into sharing this specific shape language. So good stuff, man. Oh wow, this is really it's a lot of stuff you added there. Damn. Yeah, good stuff, man. Good stuff. Yeah, I don't think I have as many. Maybe a little bit more variation on the gold. You know, a little bit of tarnish or some other effects could have worked as well. But I like it. Good stuff. And it's interesting because if you think about the story, like connotations of this, she could have a specific motivation because of the things that she went through. But the kid, her baby, could have a completely different one, or it could be like a more symbiotic relationship, right? Like where they both share the exact same goal. So good stuff, man. Good stuff. Oh, they have a question here, Maxwag. When you were thinking about this character, is the story about the mom or is the story about the baby? That's actually a fair question. Yeah, the environment looks pretty cool too. Hopefully Maxwag can answer us in just a second there, is if it's the story of the mom or if it's the story of the kid. But in the meantime, let's go to the next one. This is The Night Flower by Lara. It says, it had been a long journey. He could hardly believe he had finally found it, the Night Flower Tree. The sacred trees that bore this flower once flourished throughout the kingdom of Karu, bringing life and prosperity to its land until the Great War began. Okay. Ever since that day, the guardian of the kingdom's garden had devoted himself to finding the last remaining night flower. Cool. A monster character. Kind of reminds me of Beauty and the Beast, right? He's got this like super strong body, of course. Yeah, good stuff, Lara. I like the pose. That's a good pose. It doesn't feel forced or anything. It feels quite natural. I do feel some of the details are a little bit too soft in some areas. Like I maybe want to see a little bit more texture, like on the skin. I don't know, maybe like a scar or something like that. It's interesting that you went for this like bat creature, right? So I don't think I've ever seen like a muscular bat creature. We tend to relate bats with like the rogues or with thieves, right? Like this, or like more, or like Batman, of course. So good stuff. Good stuff. There you go. Another marmoset render there. I'm guessing you use polypaint, right? Totally gives me the vibes that you were using polypaint for this, which was perfectly valid, and it's perfect fine for this one. Good stuff. Good stuff. Let's see. I think the obliques look floppy. Yeah, there are just a couple of anatomy things that can definitely be improved on the character, but in general, I like the idea behind him, and I like that again, just juxtaposition of having a creature that we normally think of as a more roguish, sneakish creature, which is the bat, with something that is what's the word? Like super strong, right? Like a beast. So good stuff. Good stuff. Good camera choice there as well. Message in a bottle. Freed from her duties after the end of major war, our hero finds herself free to explore the countryside, roaming from town to town, picking up odd jobs to get by, always meeting new and interesting people along the way. Take a look. Okay. Polar Bird, cool. So I think I understand what you're going for here. You want the literal call to adventure to be her finding a message in a bottle. I do feel it gives me the impression that this might have been one of the first characters that you're doing as a 3D artist, which is amazing because I love the fact that you decided to participate in this contest, right? Now, what do I see here? Well, we probably might need a little bit more of an environment, right? We need maybe like a cobblestone street, maybe like a wall on the back. It's very important that when we're dealing with a storytelling aspect or like a frame on a specific situation like here, we make sure that every element points to what we want the audience to understand, right? So I'm gonna give you a quick tip right here. The first thing that you're gonna notice is that we have way too much space. Oh, that's Chris's work. Give me 1 second. There you go. So you have way too much space on this, right? Composition it's about camera, it's about space, it's about the relationship that we want to convey on the shot. Okay, there's a bunch of different things that we need to take or be careful about. So as you can see, if we think about this in terms of proportion, the amount of space that our scene is capturing is way too little compared to the amount of space that we have, right? All of this right here, where there's nothing happening. So if you don't have, in this case, the time, let's say, to add more stuff because you were running out of time or whatever, then my advice would be use the camera to your advantage and push it. Like really, really, really push it in such a way that the vision is a lot clearer. So something like this can definitely work a little bit more, okay? Now, other couple of things. If she's going to be kneeling down to grab the bottle probably has to be closer because even if she completely touches the ground here with her knee, she's going to be too far away from the bottle to actually grab it. So you probably want to bring the bottle closer to her. The eyes tell so much. So it's very, very important that we use the eyes to push and look at where she's going to, in this case, where she's going to be reaching. So we need to change those eyes. And that's relatively easy to do because usually eyes are separate. So literally you just rotate them down. You could even use like an aim constraint or like a point constraint or something to make sure that she's looking specifically where you want. And be very careful with the hands. They look way, 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 way too small for her proportions, for her body proportions. Okay? But good stuff, man. Like, I'm happy that you participated on this contest. This is the kind of, like, here's the thing, and I'm gonna be like very honest with you. I'm way more proud of the fact that you participated, even if this result still shows that there are things to be learned about the 3D process, compared to all of those other people who were not brave enough to actually be a part of this, right? So you already have something that a lot of people are missing. There might be people who are better than you in 3D right now, but they didn't have the courage or the will, you know, to actually participate. So you did, and that is valuable. Now, the next thing that we need to do, of course, is to keep improving the skills, learning about these things, learning about the softwares, learning about how to implement and have that vision that you have, or transfer that vision that you have in your head into a piece that's going to be even more impactful for the audience. Okay, let's see. Hey Ave, I think that what? Yeah, it's by day posted. I'm doing by day posted. So we're starting with the ones that were posted the last in this case. Raya, the Spirit Sage, says, an archmage of spiritual magic, one of the few in the world with such abilities, she found the limits of her knowledge confined to books and the academy where she grew up. Now, in search of new frontiers of wisdom, she must leave her home and face the world she has only seen on paper and parchment. Let's take a look. Okay, this is interesting. Did you do a paint over? I feel like you did a paint over, man. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Wow. That's really ingenious, I would say. Because I looked at this and it looked like a paint, like a digital art, right? Like a concept art. But no, it's actually 3D. So it seems like you did like a hand-painted approach. That's really cool, man. I like it. I like the approach. I think it's very original. I love what you did here with the mountain, like really, like bending it and everything. That's a really, really interesting approach. Yeah. There's definitely things that we can improve in terms of the cleanliness of the approach. I like the fact that it looks 2D. It's a very interesting thing. But I do feel like the light source is like all over the place. So we have a light source coming in this side. We have another rim light coming in this side. We have some light here. We even have some light here on the bottom. So one of the things that I would probably recommend for this approach, especially a hand-painted approach, is to always define where you want the light source to be. Usually one main light source, maybe a secondary one, but it's usually one main light source, and follow that one so that it feels not as 2D. Again, if that was your idea to make this look 2D, then you completely did it. Like this looks interesting. But I would definitely recommend you take a look at the hand painted stuff that we've been uploading here on the channel, because it's gonna give you a better understanding of how light behaves, especially on a 3D environment, to avoid having this sort of like flat look that we might have here. Because as you see here on the chat, everyone is being fooled and thought that this was a 2D work, when I can now see that it was actually a 3D. So you did model the whole character in 3D. So if hand painted is one of those things that you want to pursue, go for it. It's a very, very fun, very cool technique. I really like it. But just keep in mind that we do need to be very mindful about where our light is. Okay. Take a look at the next one. Book of Maharshi says, this is the story of Maharshi, the greatest shaman that ever lived. His feats are numerous, and his summons, Roni, Keshi, and Shen, represent disaster, life, and harmony, respectively, are untouchable. Okay. Now he starts his own adventure to feel his regret while he goes around. Takes in the picture of that. Nice. Okay, interesting. I like the literal framing that you use right here. That's a really, really interesting approach. So you have the actual like picture frame, and you have the characters. I do feel like we're a little bit too far away from the character to actually like properly like see her in this case. But I like the composition. It's a good composition. Let's take a look at the clay render. Oh, she's like an undead character. See, that's why I think maybe the composition on the last one was a little bit too far away. Like I knew she had some like magical powers or something, but it seems like you went for a more undead type of approach, which is really interesting, and I like. Love the hair, man. You did a great job there with the hair, like very, very flowy hair. That's great. Have to hop here from YouTube. Welcome, Generic Styles. We gotta be careful a little bit with the blending between some of these hairs, just like because it starts looking more like what's the word? More like a crown, or like something that's just overlapped rather than something that's like slowly growing out of the character. Yeah, I think it's a cool character. I like the story. I like the undead aspects of it. I just wish the beauty render was a little bit closer so that we can see the colors. So I would love to see what you did with the textures here on the character. But good stuff, man. Good stuff, Tofu. BNCT Keys. Vincent Case. Welcome, my friend. And thank you for the sub. Let's see. I realized quite late that the project was due on 6, so I had to grind it out for 4 days straight with less than 4 hours of sleep. Hope you liked it. It's good, man. It's good. I just think like having a closer look at the beauty render would be great. But good stuff. I like it. I like the idea. It's a really cool idea. My eye was entirely drawn to the wolf. I didn't know when the main character. Yeah, because it's relatively small compared to the weight of the picture. But I like the framing that you did there as well. That's a good one. Noah, the magical artisan. The young boy of the Vizier trip found himself the only one who remains after a devastating misfortune. His father perished in the cataclysm brought up in the settlement, and only by a miracle the boy found a chance to survive. Years passed, the boy grew alone. Gauntlets, nice. Cool. Okay. So in this one, Nerabotesh, Basil. So the one thing that I immediately noticed is the presentation, right? So for instance, all of this like armor pieces are looking way too chunky, right? They look like you grabbed a piece of block or a piece of clay, sorry, and you molded it to get to the shape of the armor. It's an interesting approach, but it's not usually the approach that we might want to do. Because it just gives, again, very bulky, like intense elements. Same for the cloth right here. So I'm not sure how much experience you have in 3D. It gives me the vibe that you might be starting your 3D journey as well, which again, it's great. Just keep in mind that you don't always want everything to look chunky and mushy, like if it was made out of clay. Sometimes we want to have like really clean hard surface edges. We have plenty of videos here on the channel where you can check the hard surface process or techniques. And I use a little bit of everything, right? Like you can use a little bit of polymodeling, you can use a little bit of sculpting. So it's a little bit of it's a little bit of everything, okay? So work on that. And of course, one more thing that I would recommend is texturing, right? Here, it seems like you're just using basic materials. I'm not sure what render engine you're using. It kind of seems that it might be Blender. But we don't see any variation on the metals. We don't see any variation of the character. So that ends up looking as, what's the word? As just clay, which it is a style. I understand that there's like the claymation style, but even on that claymation style, you might want to add a little bit more variation on both the surface of the model itself and the texturing of the model, okay? Chameleon is nearby? Why is everyone telling me that I'm gonna see something? I think the guy made it in like 24 hours or something. This one right here? Oh, there you go. I want to participate in the contest of the project. It was not fully done. I want to share that this 29 hours was sculpting the building much. Yeah. And that's fine. Like, hey, like if you did this in like 2 or 3 days, congrats, man. Like props and kudos to you. Just keep in mind that good things take time, right? So if you eventually like the next competition that we launch, right? I would recommend that if you want to participate, try to like organize yourselves in times and organize it so that you can advance like at a good pace and you are able to deliver something that will, of course, looks quite nice. Okay. Don't worry, Abe. It can be a mystery. Oh man, what am I going to find, dude? Elio, the leafy sea dragon. Vanya. Dude, this looks so cool, man. I love it. It's really nice. Good stuff, man. Love the gesture. Pose, the tail. Oh my god. It's pretty sick, dude. And I know what you're going for. Like, I've seen this. I think it's like a seahorse, right? That has like a lot of like thingies like flying around. Good stuff. Vanya, congrats. You did a good job. Nice. Oh, it's a sad story as well. Nice. He's male, right? I think he's a male character. He definitely looks a little bit androgynous. I think that's the word, right? So some features look a little bit feminine, which is fine. Love the pose. Again, expression, guys. Expression. Yeah, very ethereal, Alan. I agree. Very ethereal. So, yeah, this is nice. I love it. I love it. Great piece, Vanya. Great piece. I really don't have much to say. There's a couple of like anatomy things that we could like punch a little bit more if we want to like define some of the muscles just a tad bit more. I'm not sure what you use for texturing. It kind of looks like it's just poly paint. So my advice, if you can afford, there you go, that's your reference right there. If you can afford to learn or use a substance, this could be a really good portfolio piece, like if you take it through the full pipeline. But good stuff, Anya. Good stuff. I like it. A male siren is bound to have feminine characters. Yeah, of course. Like there are certain like things that can be interchangeable, and that's perfectly fine. Awesome. Yeah, I see you're here. Congrats, Vanya. Good stuff here with this piece. With Elio, the leafy sea dragon. Let's go to the next one. Draugr, the war revenant. Town after town, city after city, pillaged and destroyed. His kind were slaughtered endlessly since he was just a child, simply because they looked demonic. They tried to find peace, but it was never an option. I love it. I love the edgy stories. Oh, 4 arms. Nice. Okay, cool. I like this pose. I like the composition. I think it's a strong one. Let's take a look at the model itself. Okay, cool. I feel like the arms might be a little bit too far back anatomy-wise. Can be a little bit tricky sometimes to animate something like that. And textures. I think textures is where we might need a little more work, especially for instance on the face. There's definitely some forms and sculpt things that we can improve here on the face, my friend. But other than that, it's something that like textures is something that could really benefit this character to add a little bit more variation. Good stuff. Pretty Maniac says, hey Abe, another contest I unfortunately could not participate in, even though I really wanted to. Don't worry, my friend. We'll have more contests in the future. We will have more contests in the future. See, the fun thing is we actually reached out to other sponsors, and they told us that they wanted to participate, but because of like scheduling conflicts, they couldn't. But they said that like just let us know about the next one, and we'll be happy to. So hopefully, or not hopefully, I think the next contest that we do, our 5th contest here on the channel, is gonna be both bigger in terms of sponsors and submissions and everything. So it's gonna be a fun one. Still like a little bit of time away, but that's why we need to keep preparing, right? Keep learning, so that when that happens, you guys are all ready to participate about this. I found out about the competition 3 weeks late. This is my work. I had not much time, sadly. Don't worry, man. You did a good job, Ruri. I think this is a good piece. Again, these are just like small little feedbacks or advices that I can give you. And yeah, unfortunately, I mean, we try to promote it as much as possible, but there's always like situations on why someone might not get the notification, right? Hassan, what is this, man? He needed to practice his art skills, but he was playing video games instead. So his skills are good enough. Despite his lack of art skills, he believes he won't get caught and is still trying to win the game. Oh, that was it? That was the chameleon one? Ah, man. I'm gonna give you the gold start of creativity right now. You were... This is smart. This is smart. Description of server. No, we don't have a Discord server. Let me see if David, can you link? I'm not sure if David's still here. Could you link the Discord server on the YouTube chat? If not, I'll do it in just a second. This is fun, man. This is fun. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Smart. Quite original. Adventurers Party! Many adventurers have fallen in their quest for glory. Various groups have tried to save their world only to fail. The dungeon is their grave. A new group has unexpectedly formed. A regular run-of-the-mill slime refused to be just another monster in the hero's path. He believes he was born for heroic deeds. Dude, this is so cool, man! I love this one, man. See? This is why I love this contest. It's so original. It's a slime. It's a slime that has grabbed all of the different pieces and bits from fallen adventurers, and now he's going to be an adventurer. Chef's kiss, man. Chef's kiss. This is so original. I would love to have this as a miniature, man, and play it on my on my D&D group. It's so good, dude. And like the construction is also really good. Like your forms, the pose, right? Like the different like bits. It's of course cartoonish, but this is it's so good, man. I love it. It's one of my favorites. Yeah, my bias is showing, but this is just one of my favorites right now. So good, Cloverfield, dude. Congrats, man. It's just so unique. Like I don't think I've seen slime characters before. I've seen like that kind of like approach, but I don't think I've ever seen a slime that steals all of the other parts so he can become an adventurer. So good, man. So good. It is gonna get one of my community votes for sure. Like it's just so fun, man. Love it. I love it. Okay, this one is the same as the chameleon one by Hassan. Great stuff, man. Great stuff. No, I'm not gonna be the one that decides the price. I'm not gonna be that, but I will give him one vote on the community votes. Just one vote. There's gonna be hundreds of them, so but he's gonna have one of my votes. Jaov was born amongst children left to fend for themselves. Together, they mastered the art of theft to survive. Okay, a mask. Nice. I love it. I love that premise. Like the enchanted mask giving the character powers. We got a cat. There was a game... Sly? It's here like a raccoon or something. Kind of reminds me a little bit of that. Good stuff here, man. Like the pose... Really nice. Tail pointing back to the character. Good S pose here, giving a little dynamism. The claws, right? Like the language, the graphic language. This is pretty good, man. I like it. Someone make this into an animated series. Yeah, this has that sort of like vibe, right? Like animated series. Good stuff. I would like to see a little bit more light, just a tad bit. I know you're going for this very dramatic, intense cinematic look, but I would just like to see more of the textures and the assets, the props. There could also be a little bit more detail on some of the props, but I love it. I love it. Another cool character. Another cool concept here. This is by Fish. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. This character reminds me of something, but you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me quite a bit of like the Sonic characters, right? I think there's a cat as well. There's a bunch of like Sonic characters. It has this sort of like style or vibe, right? Like even this one right here looks quite like similar in that sense, which is fine, right? Like these are sort of like archetypes that you can use to base your characters, and it's fine if you use archetypes because it's something that has already been proven to work. So it's just you giving it your own spin. So good stuff. It says, yeah, I struggle with the gold. I think the gold looks great. I think the gold on the mask looks really good. I think the gold on the claws could add a little bit more surface detail, just a little bit of like roughness variation, so that it doesn't look as flat. But good stuff, man. Good stuff. The one you're talking about is Blaze the Cat. Blaze the Cat. There you go. Yeah. See, I don't know what it is, but Sonic has been this like game that a lot of people resonated with. I was not one of those. Like I did play Sonic Adventures 2 on the GameCube, and I liked it, but I've never been like a huge Sonic fan. But I know some people that are like really into like the Sonic lore and everything. It's pretty cool. Claudio says, "Damn, I couldn't participate and I really wanted to. When is the next one?" I'm not sure, but it's gonna be a couple of months away. There are more contests. Like people are doing a lot of contests all over the internet. So just look for some other places, and you might be able to participate on some other options. But for us here on the channel, it's gonna be later in the like I'm not sure if it's gonna be later this year. I seriously doubt it because the year is almost over, right? But it's probably gonna be early next year. Hopefully early next year. Okay, raise his hand. You were one of those people, Kratos. Now we go with Subject 3423. Subject 3423 was sent to Earth to locate his commanding officer, who vanished during a previous mission decades ago. Shortly after entering Earth's atmosphere, his ship was attacked, leading to his capture by a covert government organization. Subject 343 awakened and escaped. Interesting. Cool. Oh, he has this sort of like Lovecraftian, like outer worldy possession thing. I like it. I like the suit. A little bit tight, but I like the suit. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's the bead render and the clay. Nice. So the only advice I would give you, because I like the octopus that he has on the head, I think adding a little bit more detail or working a little bit more on the cloth. I don't know, like maybe like a pocket watch. You're missing the buttons, right? There's a very famous quote that says, "The devil's on the details." It's these details that we need to be careful about. The pocket seams, the seam lines, the specific wrinkles, right? Again, like the buttons on the vest, like those kind of things are the kind of things that you might want to work on a little bit more. Here, someone was asking about the Discord link on the YouTube. Here it is, guys. If you were missing it, that should be it. Okay, next one. Cass, the Time Traveler. It's the year... Oh, this is Alan! There you go, Alan. Alan participated as well. There you go. It is the year 2086. By the way, even though Alan participated, of course, because he's part of the team, Alan, you know the rules. We cannot win any prizes or anything, but of course I'm gonna give you the feedback, right? It is the year 2086. Cass is a field agent for the Temporal Investigation Bureau, an organization dedicated to hunting down anomalies across the timeline. 2 years ago, his former partner, Agent Elias Mercer, vanished during an important mission without leaving a trace. Nice. Dude, good stuff. Were you learning Marvelous as well? Love the suit, man. Great job on the suit. Nice. Yeah. That's great, man. No, we're not like that, man. We're not like that. This is great, man. Good clay render as well. Oh my god, what is this UI, dude? I didn't know this was your UI. That's way too intense for me. Way too bright in colors. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Great work. I think quality-wise, this is really good quality. I love what you did with the cloth. I think you were able to create some really nice garments here with the character. I even like the visor. It looks very... You know what? It reminds me of this movie, the Ready Player One, right? It sort of like has that vibe, like this futuristic, but at the same time not perfect future, but rather like a broken sort of like a future. I like it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a little bit like cyberpunkish. Good stuff, Alan. Good stuff. You know what? I like, the only thing is I wish we had like a little bit of hair somewhere, because it just feels a little bit empty on the on the bald head. Maybe like a little bit of beard or like stubble, like something could help there a bit more. But other than that, good stuff. A weapon? Does he use a weapon? Maybe a gun? Like something? You couldn't do the hair? That's fine. That's fine. Awesome. Yeah, great job, Alan. Huge congratulations to you for doing this one and for participating as well. Let's go now with Diamond is Unbreakable. In a world where tech and magic coexist, Connor was an ordinary miner who spent his life digging deep beneath the industrial city, believing hard work was the only path to a better future. Everything changed when ancient mineral veins shattered during a routine excavation. The explosion fused fragments of a mysterious magical diamond into his body, replacing flesh with a magical diamond. Nice. I like the story. Hey, nice. I like the character as well. Love the arm. Pretty cool. Nice, nice. Yeah, I think here, Abiyu, the cloth does look a little bit lumpy. We need to be careful with that, like not adding wrinkles just for the sake of adding wrinkles, but try to think about why certain wrinkles are appearing in certain parts of the character and how we can use that information to modify where those fall, okay? But good stuff, man. Good stuff. Is that a JoJo reference? I've never seen JoJo. The First Whisper. Long ago, people believed that gods never stopped speaking. Over time, humanity simply forgot how to listen. Oh, dude, that's a good that's a good starting like quote right there. Nice, nice. I like the visuals here. I like the visuals of the character hearing. It's like some voice that was always there, right? Okay, good stuff. Again, same feedback that I gave the past piece. You guys need to be very, very careful with things like leather straps, cloth, bandages. Anything that is loose should feel loose where it's supposed to be loose, and anything that is tight or that has some tension to it, you should be able to convey that tension. So for instance, right now, the leather strap right here looks very, very loose, when in reality, we should see more of a straight line because it's supposed to be resting on the shoulder, right? That kind of construction is important, and you usually model it that way, and then the rigger is the one that adds all of the necessary things to make sure that you can animate it. Good one here, my friend. The First Whisper. Nice. Let's go with a Binky Bones. Nice. And I don't know if there's a specific name for this type of archetype, where it's like the cute little girl or the cute little character with like the huge weapon, right? Or like this super strong force or something. But I have always liked that. One of my favorite Pokemons is this one called Tinkatonk. Tinkatonk. This one right here. So fun, so fun. And for those of you that like Pokemon lore, Tinkatonk has like a fight, or it's always fighting against another very cool Pokemon, which is Corviknight. So they're like sworn enemies. Corviknight's like another very, very, very cool sign. Like a lot of people didn't like Sword and Shield, but I actually really enjoyed that game. The graphics were not great, but I mean, Pokemon never has good graphics. Hopefully the next one will fix that. But yeah, Tinkatonk is one of my favorite Pokemon. Like if I had to make my Pokemon team, Tinkatonk would be one of the members of my team. Anyway, so I like this trope, man. I love the trope. I do think some of the textures look a little bit like harsh. I'm not sure if you were going for like that again, like the hand painted style. It kind of seems like you were, because there's some like 2D elements that I'm seeing here. Yeah, for instance, this skirt, that's really interesting. It seems like flat, like a flat skirt. Is it like a sprite that's always going to be looking or facing the camera? That's an interesting decision there. Good topology everywhere. That's good. Yep. I like the pose. The dynamic pose is really cool. Pinky, beloved girl in a dying town. Yeah. Yeah, I love that. I love that. Again, like the juxtaposition of a cute girl or a cute small creature or whatever with like this huge hammer. It's always like a fun irony, I guess. I'm so unfamiliar with this style. It's always fun to see these entries. Yeah, right? And that's what I like about the contest, that the fact that we have so many different things. Oh, there's another that type of style that I love. Like, I don't know what it is, but this type of characters, like the mecha characters, like Oriana from what's the word from League of Legends, like that sort of like steampunkish vibe. Always been a huge fan of that style as well. This is from Celestialis. Celestialis, there you go. She had no name. She was made as a coronation day gift for the first emperor, a doll existing for a single purpose, to dance in the palace for the emperor. Great stuff, man. Love this shot right here. Love this one right here. Good build. Like good T-pose and everything. Like the skirt, very nice, very flowy, very clean. Victor, like, yeah, all of this like mecha, again, like characters, fantasy stuff. I always like in D&D there's this famous campaign called Everon, and in Everon there are the Warforged. So the Warforged are all of this like characters, like automatons, like golems, pretty much, right? And I've always been a huge fan of this like style. Haven't done. I did one character like this when I was a student. I should do a new one. Haven't done one in a while. But I love this one. The pattern looks like I mean, there's like a dragon there. There is a little bit of like that Spanish stuff. It looks a little bit more Asian to me. The fun thing about this type of characters, or not the fun thing, but a cool sort of give me 1 second, guys. So a cool sort of like side effect of doing this type of characters is the fact that because they're mech and most of the stuff is like hard surface, rigging them is usually easy, right? Because there's no deformation. Like everything just moves like solid pieces. So because there's no deformation, you get like a nice result. Good stuff, man. Good design, quite original. Again, I really like what you did here. Let's go with the next one. Ava Iduna says, "Oh gosh, there has to be more than rocks, stinky bones, and those horrible, annoying, stinging nettles. Everyone told me there was nothing beyond the inner garden. Stay where it's safe," they said, but how could I? I want to explore, discover, create. Then I saw it in that single moment. Every unfinished invention, every failed experiment, and every doubt disappeared. Nice. You know what? It kind of reminds me of Little Nightmares, like that kind of like big head style of the characters. That's a really interesting shape that you chose there for the head. Is there a particular reason why you do that? It almost looks like a physical condition that she adopted, right? Or that she was born with, maybe? Like, it's just like way... Like, I feel like this is way too intense, too exaggerated. But it's an interesting construction. I love what you did here with this, like, eye patch. It's really interesting. Ava Iduna. Yeah, good stuff. I like what you did again with the expression, like that sense of wonder. Pretty good. Pretty. Yeah, Coraline. There you go. Coraline, Dawn Star. That's the kind of like yeah, reference. Good stuff. To the Honorable Lord Oda. Oh, this is another good one. Seta, the proprietress of Tsukikage. Yeah, good quality, man. The render is very good, and you were quite smart because people were asking, oh, how sexy or how like gory can someone get? You're right there. You're right there on the sexiness side of things, because a little bit more and we'll be banned from YouTube and Twitch. But good stuff, man. Good stuff here. I love the details on the integration here with the horn, the little like threads, the necklace. My wife and I, we were recently seeing Demon Slayer, the anime, because we wanted to watch the movie. I already had watched like all of the anime pretty much, except the Hashira training, and she hadn't. So we watched it again, and there's the Red District, right, or the Entertainment District, with Daki and the other Jutaro, yeah. So it's sort of like giving me that sort of like vibe, right, like with that like characters. But good stuff, man. Really don't have anything to say in terms of like technical execution. I think you have a really good understanding of composition, light, material definition. Maybe the skin is a little bit too glossy. That would just be personal, again, like a taste or a personal opinion. But I love what you did, for instance, with the metals right here, the cloth. Everything looks very nice. Good stuff. Yeah, she's like a fawn, right, or something like that, because of the hoops here on her on the lower legs. Yeah, very warm. Really cool. Very pretty. Let's go to the next one. Kaela, the last night at the tavern. Nice. We're getting a lot of creatures as well, creature characters, which again was allowed. So this is pretty interesting. I think this is one of the first times I'm seeing like a female like a it's not ape, it's not monkey. What is it? Like this type of like female characters. I know we see someone in like Planet of the Apes, but yeah, interesting. Just finished compiling all the participant apes, 184 submissions in total, including the disqualified ones. There you go. That's a lot of submissions, guys. Congratulations to everyone who participated. We still have like ways to go, ways to go, but we'll keep going. I know it's already late for some of you guys. We will keep this live stream up so that you guys can check it later today or tomorrow. But yeah, let's see. Nicolas, this is Kaela. She was a cook in a small tavern. Cool. How did you do the hair though? Did you use XGen for the hair? Oh wow. I mean, if you use XGen for the hair, man, congrats. I do feel it looks a little bit lumpy in certain areas. I'm not sure if you were going for like realistic or cartoonish style, because I can see here like this is the clay render and she's pretty much bald. So I'm not entirely sure what you went for or wanted to do. My advice would be careful with things that are, well, maybe in the story. Okay, let's get for. No, okay, so this is interesting because look at some of the chairs, right? And I know it's such a nitpicky thing, but at the same time, it's important, right? Like you don't, unless there's a reason why some of the chairs are floating, you just want to make sure everything feels like it's actually grounded, right? So same for her, like it looks like you'd have maybe enough time to pose her or to modify the position on her body, and it definitely makes the composition look a little bit still, right? But other than that, it's a cool idea. It's a cool character. That could be, yeah. I think he did it in Blender. Like on the making of here, he has like Blender stuff. I don't know what hair system is he using on Blender, because I know you can use like particles and I know you can use like actual like curves. So it's Blender geometry nodes from my perspective. Yeah, it could be geometry nodes. Good stuff. The Rogue Prince. Born from noble blood, this versus where slashes his way through the battlefield. I know this is an OC, but I've been working on him a lot, and I've just made it for the love of the game. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, because it's not an OC, technically this is going to be disqualified, my friend. But I'm still gonna give you a little bit of feedback here. It's looking quite nice. I like what you're doing with the armor. I feel like you have a good understanding of the modeling and texturing side of things. I would recommend you take a little bit of a closer look at the skin, especially the variation on the colors for the skin. Just make sure that we add, a little bit more warms and colors in certain areas, a little bit more cool areas in other parts. I think that could help. And yeah. Other than that, I think this is a good sculpt. It's a very cursed like point of view. Yeah. The cool thing is you have a lot of reference, right? Like if you're watching House of the Dragon, then you have a bunch of reference about Daemon Targaryen. So you can definitely use that to help you. It does look like it's hair cards. I think it's hair cards. Is it hair cards, my friend, or is it XGen? Kind of feels more like hair cards. Another E has fallen. Oh, it's Ornatrix. Interesting. Haven't used Ornatrix in a long time. Let's now go with the first oath. When the primordial axis shattered, the Radiant Plane was swallowed by an endless ocean of darkness. There, where every light seemed destined to fade, the Golden Heart rose as the last bastion against the world's end. Yet even the light needed a guardian. To protect the sanctuary, Queen Aurela forged a suit of armor from the finest steel. A golem, interesting. See, that's another smart way of doing it. If you don't know how to do a lot of like anatomy and stuff, you could have done something like this, like just the armor. Good stuff, man. I like it. I do feel like all of these crystals might be a little bit too much for the scene. Might be taking a little bit away from the main character. But this is a good sculpt, man. Good sculpt. Another sort of like machination character. Love the leg right there. Yeah. Yeah, it looks very, very cool. Another thing that I would recommend you guys, and again, this is of course for Ruben here, but also for everyone else, be careful about how much like details and stuff you add, right? Like sometimes we tend to think that adding way too many things is valuable, and it depends. It's like there's definitely some sort of like taste involved with that, right? So if you were already gonna add like all of this fog, you probably don't need all of this like glowy bits everywhere. Or if you're going to be adding all of these glowy bits everywhere, you probably don't need the fog. Another thing about fog, and this is very important, a lot of people miss this, right? So fog, let's go mountain, right? So fog is something that actually condenses, right? Like you're not going to have a uniform distribution of fog everywhere. You can have this very soft fog like this, right? But as you can see, this is very soft. It's more like a gradient. Right now, with the type of fog that I'm seeing on this concept, because it's more wispy, right? Like we have more holes or more transparency to it, it's a little bit closer to something like this, right? And in these types of fogs, as you can see, it tends to position itself closer to the ground, and you don't see as much fog on the top part of the composition, right? So I would probably remove the fog from here and make it look wispier and closer to the ground, so that it makes a little bit more like sense. Okay. Yeah, like I love the emissive side of things on this thing, like the crystals, pretty cool. Would Paramount Lightning style have helped with the composition? I think more volumes would have added for the glow of the crystal. A little bit. I think, yeah, it's not, again, it's not a bad composition. It's just like small little things that can be adjusted there. Go to the next one. Saura, the Guardian of the Forest. Oh, it's got a koala. Love that koala, man. Good stuff. It's a tale about price offering and redemption. In the ancient wars of Saura was a legendary swordsman, feared by many. His search for a mythical sword has come to an unfortunate end. Blinded by pride and power, he chose to pursue his strength in the loss of family and an arm. Saura lost all meaning in life. Once he come a mythical sword that everyone is after, but has laid eyes on it before. Fear for his past, he never dared touch it. Nice. Yeah. So an older veteran finds a new weapon and starts a new journey. I like what you did here with the bandage. Again, some of the cloth does look a little bit lumpy. Same for this, right? Like if you're gonna be doing this very cool legendary sword, well, spending a little bit extra time working on the pommel, on the handguard, like all of these things is definitely, I think, it's definitely worth it. But yeah, a hero from Australia. Maybe he's gonna protect everyone from the drop bears. That's pretty cool, man. I love that. I love that koala. Good stuff. Saura. Now we go with Arti, the adventure of Arti. Nice. 4 arms. That's tricky. 4 arms from an anatomy point of view. It's always challenging. So here, one of the things that we need to incorporate a little bit more of, Julia, is a little bit more light direction, right? It looks like it's a very, very soft light hitting everything uniformly. And when you have a very soft light, another thing that tends to happen is that metals, for instance, they don't shine as much. Now, I know that you're going for a more stylized look, right? I'm not sure if it's exactly hand-painted or not. I can definitely see the butterfly motif, which is good, like even on her like little antenna here and the little like mask. So that's cool. Nice. Oh my god, you got yourself a full boat and everything. That's nice. Oh, she gets new arms. That's really interesting. That's really interesting. Lord Vishnu. Okay, so this is probably inspired a little bit in Hinduism, I think. Hopefully I'm not wrong there. Nice. Cool. Let's go to the next one. Tutsi, the Reluctant. Another flat style. Who was mentioning this? I think it was you, Bakadro, or was it Casey that you mentioned that these are like really unique styles, right? So see, this is another, again, sort of like hand painted flat style that we got. I like how you guys are using other story motivations, right? It's usually like the orphan, or it's usually like the old hero, right? Like those kind of like things, or I won't say prompts, right? But those kind of initial conditions for like a hero's journey are very common. I like this one. Like there's been multiple like mother and kid submissions so far. The sculpt is really nice. I do feel like it's a really interesting approach that you're doing with the paint thing. It's definitely a unique style. I don't think I've seen this style before. It's definitely unique. I do feel we can clean it up a little bit more, or just give it a little bit more light direction or definition, so that more of the stuff that you did on the sculpt can be appreciated even better. But yeah, good stuff, man. Could see some mother of two. Okay, interesting. So her 8-year-old daughter disappears, and now she's gonna look for her. Pretty cool. It's like watercolor. I've seen this lately. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I've seen the style as well. I think it works. It works. Let's go to the next one. This is Aldith. Ah, interesting. Good shot here on the cinematography side of things, like the depth of field, where she is. Yeah, I feel her hair looks a little bit weird. I don't know what it is. Like these bangs right here, they look a little bit weird. I like the light though. I think you did a good job with the light. She's supposed to be like yeah, like part of a religion or something. Okay. Yeah. Good start here. Proportions seem fine. Cloth seems fine. I think the texturing actually doesn't look that bad. I think it's just like some stuff on the face, and again the hair that makes it look a little bit on the uncanny valley side of things. Not that bad, Freddy. Not that bad. But I really like what you did with the composition. Like again, the depth of field on the grass, the like the buildings, everything. Like the framing is really nice. She's depressed. No, definitely. She's quite sad. Yeah, the scene looks really good. The scene looks good. Nice, stylized. Janet. Something like that. Oh, no, it has been going. Okay, you repeated the thing there. Fueled by vengeance and the promise of generous reward, Jen sets out to find the missing girl, determined to confront the ghost of her past once and for all. Kind of reminds me of well, they changed the name. It's not McCree anymore in Overwatch. The cowboy guy, the one voiced by Matt Mercer. Okay, I like the pose, and even the characters looking quite nice. Very sort of like Marvel Rivals style, right? Very Overwatch style. Not bad. Stylized. Huge fan of stylized stuff. Yep. Yeah, she also looks like Ashe. I haven't played Overwatch in like a decade probably, so I don't even know who is there, but I like it. Good stuff, Iridix. Another one. Kirvush. Oh, another evil one. Nice. This is by Resek. Good sculpt, dude. I like the sculpt. Horns coming out of the eyes is pretty cool. Yeah, good understanding of like the proportions, the forms. Like I like the hand gestures as well. You did a good job there. Again, forearms is always tricky to make sure that it like matches and blends nicely on the characters. I do feel we have way too many abdominal muscles, but just again personal preference. I feel like on the texturing side of things, and here's actually this is an interesting one. So thank you Fantasy for the sub there. So this is important because I do feel like here you missed something really important about the S shape of the body, right? So remember guys, the body has the head of the character, the torso of the character, and then the pelvis, right? This is usually the way we connect things. And there's this S-shaped curvature going around. So when you see it from the front, it looks very straight. And yes, you can sort of like twist it around one side or the other. But doing this really intense twist right here, it's not really possible, okay? So if I'm grabbing someone, like this character is grabbing someone right here, as you can see, my curvature goes straight down. So I would expect the curvature to go in this direction, okay? So the chest can be poking like here, but this right here, it needs to sort of like follow the shape of the chest a little bit more, because right now the S curve is just like way too way too intense. It's kind of like he's breaking his spine just to be able to match this pose. So you can definitely have the head going in this direction, and then you can have the chest and the torso going in this direction, right, along with the legs. That way you keep more of that like clean direction for the whole character. Okay. Was it twisted the high poly? Yeah, it kind of looks like it was probably post inside of ZBrush. And that would be my other advice. I'm not sure if you're using like the full texturing pipeline, because I don't see a lot of I mean, I see some variation on the skin, so it kind of looks like you did. I'm not sure if you did the bakes and everything, but I would work a little bit more on the textures, just to indicate more material difference on the different parts of the character. Yay, another cat. I'm telling you guys, we got so many different styles this time around. Uxol, another steampunk CD. Okay, Soldaris, cat nickname Catbot. Okay, so he's like a half machine, half cat. This definitely reminds me a lot of the PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2 sort of like era. I love the concept, man. Great concept, really, really fun. I do feel that on the execution side of things, he does look very low poly-ish, right? Like very old school style. I know that there's a trend nowadays of people doing a more old school look, like making games look like, again, like PlayStation 2 or GameCube games. If that's what you were going for, then that's pretty cool. I think you nailed it. I do think we could push things a little bit more in terms of like the material definition, especially if you want medals to look like actual medals. They do need to have more of that shine and that like value and contrast. But I love what you did with the hair. Again, like this could definitely be something that could be converted into a game. So the character, pretty cool character there. That's Uxol, and I can see that you're here on YouTube. That's great, man. Congrats on that piece. When pigs fly. Nice. Good stuff, man. Very Pixar-like here. I like this one. I think the contrast here is a little bit too much, and don't take this the wrong way, because I don't mean this as an insult, but unfortunately I've seen this very high contrast quite a bit on AI stuff lately. I'm not saying that this is AI. I don't think it's AI. Like it's like really clean and really well thought out for it to be AI. But I think the contrast might be taking us a little bit towards that like super intense sharp effect. But I like this. Like I prefer this color value and color balance on this one right here. I feel like it looks a lot cleaner. I feel like in this one we went a little bit too harsh on the contrast, but I love it, man. Like this is another great story. Kid, his pet or friend here, the pig, great things, man. I don't see the wireframe. Like we're not seeing a wireframe right here, but I know you know your stuff, because I can see how clean. Remember that what we were talking about a couple of posts ago about the tension on the different things. Look at the tension that we have here on the kids holding the reins or the rope right here on the pig's helmet. Look at how the belt and the helmet like really feels like it's sitting properly on top of the pig. Look at how the cape is flowing. All of those things, all of those little like details. That's what tells me that you know what you're talking about. So great piece here, my friend, by Eduardo Damian. Amazing. Yeah, very dynamic. Like this looks like a shot from a movie or from like a commercial or from like a production, right? Because this is like the main moment where the character is about to jump into his adventure. Great piece here. Why is TFO now showing up in this list? Who's TFO? I don't know who TFO is. Sack the Assassin. Cool. So in this one right here, my friend, I'm not gonna say your name, but the Christian, one of the things that it's missing is light. We're missing way more light, because without light, metals just don't work. That's just the nature of it. So all of these metal pieces that I can see that you spend a little bit of time like texturing and preparing, you're not gonna be able to see them actually shine like metals, because there's no light, or the light is just way too flat around the character, and it's not gonna allow you to get a good result. Good, that's Sack the Assassin. Aelia, the Lost Pirate. Nice, another sort of like hand-painted style. Interesting. I like what you did with the hair. I like this things right here. I guess it's similar to like Splatoon, right? Like this are like squid-like characters. This is by Chief P. Oh, interesting. See, I thought this was his chair. So I thought the robe or the cape was actually a chair. Now that I see it, looks a lot more interesting. There are some issues here on the modeling side of things, especially here the hands. See how they feel like way too far apart from the wrist? That's a problem. We need to be a little bit more careful about that approach. And one more thing I'm gonna say is it looks like you spent quite a bit of time polishing like the hair and the face on the hand painted side of things, but we're missing a lot of more information everywhere else. Like there's a lot of other areas, for instance, the belt, where there's absolutely no information. That can be a little bit problematic. Okay. So yeah, she kind of looks like Davy Jones, like like daughter, right, Cedric? I like it. I think it's a good idea, but I do feel that we need to add a little bit more. What's the word? A little bit more detail on some of the other parts. Now we go with Gideon Philip. This is so scary. So half the face is burned. I like the composition. I like the shot here. It's an interesting one. Yeah, really cool garments here. Captain of a small local fishing, a lot of fishing vessels as well. Like it seems like you guys are really drawn to the sea this time around. Everyone's going to some nautical teams. Nice. I do feel that there's a couple of form things that we can improve here. And one more thing that I would recommend is adding more elements or more props that tells us that this guy is a navigator, right? Because right now, if I just see this concept, for instance, he looks like a monster, right? Like a Frankenstein monster or something. He doesn't look like a good guy, even though I think from the story, it seems like he is a good guy. So I don't know, something like a net or like a spyglass, right? Like something that tells us, oh, this guy is like sea related. Maybe like a harpoon, like something that further guides us to understanding that this guy is again related to the sea. Let's go with Viwa the Potrach. It's a small village in Maharashtra, India. A sacred tale has passed between the Gordi for centuries. Okay, so we gotta be a little bit careful with the colors in this one, Magdi. I like the pose. It's an interesting pose. I've seen this whips. I know that they're like really freaking strong. The problem is this is way too saturated, right? So because we have such a strong saturation here, and even on the whip itself, it's a little bit difficult to understand where should I be looking at. It also seems like you went for a different type of like hand painted style. Let me move that quickly before we get banned. Even though I know there's no nudity there, I know like unfortunately sometimes the platforms think that there's nudity. So just be careful with that kind of like approach when things are like way too colorful. I like the idea behind it. I know you're using some culture information there. Just be careful about, again, where we want to guide the eyes of the audience, right? Like where we want to have people look at. Let's go to the next one. Oh my god, we're not even halfway there, man. Eldelis. This is by Foxy535. Says catastrophe has descended upon the people of Eldelis, threatening to destroy them all. The source of magic was destroyed and their confidence in the future was gone. Okay. Is this a mask? Kind of looks like a mask, right? I like the concept behind the character. I do feel, again, on the sculpting side of things, we need to reinforce some primary forms, secondary forms, to make sure that the proportions, for instance, this bandage right here, it looks like it was baked in. You don't always need to bake everything in. Same for this one right here. Look at this. Like this is a very telltale sign that you were like sculpting something like this. And I can see, for instance, that this thing is falling down. But if you already have the pivot point, right? Like these are solid elements. So these are not raked or anything. So just grab the faces, place the pivot point right here, and rotate it so that this thing is falling with gravity. Because right now it just like looks a little bit out of place, right? And again, be careful with hyper optimizing certain elements, because on the high sculpt, I can see that you had some good forms, for instance, on this strap on the belt. But if we go to the final render, it seems like you like optimize things way too much, and we lost a lot of that form. So we want to be a little bit more careful with that. Let's go with the next one. This is Vinch, and she is, You know, the butterfly effect, the idea that the simple flap of a wing can trigger a storm on the other side of the world? Well, I'm starting to believe it. Nice. Here I am lying on the bed beside the corpse of one of the Emperor of China's 7 sons, the same emperor who ordered the annexation and destruction of my village. Nice, nice. My goal is simple, to wipe out the entire Imperial line. Okay, she's an assassin. I like this. I like this composition. Very, very intense, right? We got the blood all over here, the coins, indicating that she's probably like a mercenary. This dragon does feel a little bit out of place because usually reptiles tend to shine a little bit more, so I'll probably push the glossiness of the skin a little bit more on the character itself, on that little dragon. But the construction in general, it's good. There's form issues on the face, of course. There's like sculpting things that we can improve. She kind of reminds me a little bit of like her hairstyle. I mean, it's a very sort of like, it's relatively common like anime-ish hairstyle, right? You did a good job on the render though. Like, I liked your use of like the composition again, like where the coins are, like foreground, midground, background, that kind of stuff. It's such a powerful thing, right? Like, it's very, very powerful when you can play with those planes in your composition. It makes the whole thing look way, way more dynamic. So congrats on that. Go now with the Vios. In the far reaches of our galaxy, the Vios explore the ever-expanding universe in search of knowledge and enlightenment. Don't let their impressive stature intimidate you, for as large as they are, they wouldn't hurt a fly. Nice. I like that story. Cool. Oh, really creepy looking. Good sculpt, man. I like the sculpt. I think you did a great job on this one. Very unique. Very alien-like, but I like it. Very organic, right? Almost reminds me of like druids and stuff. Oh, love the foliage. I do think we lost something on the render. Like, again, the fog, I don't think it's necessary. Usually you're not going to see this much fog if you're really close to a character. Fog is something that happens the more it sort of like accumulates with distance. So that's what I would recommend for you. And I do feel like the texturing is not helping us as much. Like, something happened from the sculpting stage that looks really clean and really defined, like the different parts, to this thing right here where things are a little bit more mixed up. And maybe it's the environment, right? Like the fact that he's sort of like camouflaged with the environment, that might not be helping us as much. But I like the idea, man. It's like explorers, very Star Trek, very Star Trek-y. See, we have a question here. It says, hello, Mr. Leal. I have a question, please. I'm going into my final year of game design at university and loving it. I specialize in 3D modeling and I would like to become a 3D prop artist. I use Maya, ZBrush, and Substance. From your experience, would you say that there is anything I should be focusing on to stand out to the studios when I finish my degree? Sorry for the long text. Love your work. Yeah, so portfolio. Like, right now, the best thing that you can do, other than networking, of course, is focusing on your portfolio. Like, the portfolio is the first thing that that any studio or any client is going to first see when they're trying to recruit new people. It's your sort of like your opening letter or your opening statement about your skills as an artist. Now, what should be the level of your portfolio? Best advice I can give you is literally go here to the rookies and check what the rookies, the winners of the rookies, are doing. So, for instance, if you want to be an environment artist, right? Well, this is the kind of level that people are doing environment-wise. So this is the kind of level that you should aim for. Is it something that you're going to be able to achieve the first time you're doing an environment? Of course not. Like this person, Lani Desroche, has probably done like a bunch of different environments throughout her career or her journey as a student. So it's expected that her level is going to be like quite high. But it's important that you use this as a sort of benchmark, right? For instance, this one right here, Valentina Shuk. Like, this is the kind of level you want to have as a stylized artist. Like, if you want to do stylized stuff, this is really clean work. This is really nice presentation, really nice renders, really nice effects. So this is the level that you should be aiming for. And again, the rookies are usually a good way to see what level you should that you should have. This is rookie level. Yeah, here's the thing. So the rookies, I believe it's not only people who are about to graduate. It's also people who just like recently graduated or that they haven't worked on like big projects just yet. So sometimes it's people who are junior artists too. And I know it might feel like a little bit discouraging, but again, everyone's on their own journey. So don't, don't feel, you never should see someone else's work as a direct comparison to yours. You should evaluate yourself, but you should see other people's work as a way to help you understand the kind of quality that the big studios are working or looking for, right? I'm talking about like AAA like level. There are a bunch of other projects, I can tell you from experience, that require less experience, and you could start your career or your path there and then jump into something something bigger. Okay, man, I gotta poop something terrible. Got you on the phone, much love. No need for that kind of information, Tom. But thank you for, hope everything goes well for you there. You're welcome, LDD. Yeah, good stuff on that piece. Congrats. Let's go to the next one. Doran, the Abandoned. Gonna have to go a little bit faster, guys, because otherwise we're gonna be here for, because it's almost 2 hours and we're not even, again, like halfway there. So probably what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna start like looking at the beauty renders and the renders. I'm gonna have to, I don't want to say skip the story, but I'm just gonna like look at the renders so that we can see all of the competitors. Okay, here we have another golem. Like the composition here, good composition, quite cinematic. Maybe a little bit more contrast. This is where a little bit more contrast could help, so that we can see more of the character and separate him a little bit more from the background. And that's a fun sculpt. Reminds me of Korg from what's the word from Thor? Sola. Nice. This is really clean renders, man. Adam, good stuff, man. This is really nice. Really clean. Realistic, right? We've seen a lot of stylized. We're now seeing one that's very realistic. Good stuff on the cloak. Good stuff on the props. Like, yeah, this is really cool. This feels very grounded, right? Like, this feels like almost reminds me a little bit of like Red Dead Redemption. That will be the sort of like a game, like could be like a Red Redemption kind of game, and she's the main character, and she's like, maybe her tribe or something suffer from an event, and now she's gonna either look for revenge or look for a way to save the tribe. I don't know, like, there's so many stories that you can tell. Again, I'm not gonna be reading all of the story right now. Last con, spirits took control of me. Okay, yeah, okay, so she cannot return home until I find him and learn how to stop this from ever happening again. Cool. Great stuff, man. Love the detail on the cloth, on the cloth. Like, it's just so freaking good. Like, this is what I mean. Whenever I tell you guys about storytelling through textures, it's not just about adding a bunch of details and spending like days and days just adding more layers and layers and layers. It's about being mindful of what kind of story do I want to tell when I am when I'm working on a specific part of the character. So, for instance, here we can see that the drops of blood, the wear and tear that we see on some of the pieces, right? Like the different types of leather, the different types of beads, like all of those things. Those are what make a character stand out, and textures stand out. Great job, Adam. Great job there with Sola. The Soul Crimson Rider. 3 spears, 3 kings, 3 heads. Nice. Hey, nice. I love this. I think I did see this one on the works in progress. Yeah, the slug like carriage right there. Very green fantasy as well. I like it. I do think this render is very dark, though. We've mentioned this before, right? When dealing with renders, it can be very common for people to make things a little bit too dark, and then it becomes a little bit difficult to actually see what's going on. So don't be scared of adding a little bit more light, guys. You can still have contrast. Like, contrast is not bad, but make sure that it's like we can actually tell what's going on, right? So it's a little bit more like easy to understand, because right now, especially because of how the camera is positioned and how things are happening, I didn't see the snail at first. I had to see it on the clay render here, and this is a really good sculpt. Like both of them, both the nail and the character are pretty cool sculpts. Presentation is again where we need to make sure that we are properly conveying the information that we want people to see. Good one there, Zebra. Good one, very original. Now we go with Just Dax with The Girl Born from Fire. Nice. Gives me a little bit of Jennifer from The Witcher vibes. We gotta be careful with this kind of like post-production stuff where we have like super bright fire that doesn't match the illumination of the character. The sculpt is good. The details are quite nice. Like the feathers, I like the belt piece right there, the corset, everything looks quite nice. I do feel the skin texture is looking a little bit flat. What I mean by that is we don't see a lot of like skin variation across like the different parts of her like arms, like this parts on the hips, and you usually want to see not necessarily blemishes or anything, but just like a little bit of like value variation every now and then. It also seems like there's like, see that line right there? I'm not sure if it's like a transparency issue that's happening or like a rim light issue, but it just looks a little bit weird. I'm not sure if she's wearing like a sleeve, maybe. So be careful with those details. And you know what I'm going to say about like the metal here? Be careful with the metal edgeware, right? But good stuff. Yeah. Very sort of like evilish witch effect. Yeah, the hair looks very nice. The hair is quite nice. What did you use for the hair? It seems it's not hair cards, I think. I think it's actually hair fibers. It's probably Xgen. Yeah, good stuff, man. Oh, there you go. Unreal Engine, Blender, Maya, ZBrush, Substance, Marble Designer, Cesier. Oh, you were trying the new Cesier software. I need to try them. I need to try the software. Haven't tried it myself, but yeah, look at that. Like he was able to create a very nice looking hair. I'm guessing relatively quickly because this software seems to be quite handy. Again, haven't tried it, but Cesier seems like a good one. Nice, man. Love that you show the process. Thank you for showing the process. That's always great. Sai Itoshi. This is a fun one. Yeah, cool character, man. This is boy Morpheo. It's a fun one. It's definitely a simple one. I would like to add, 1 month ago I finished my first 3D sculpting course and I just discovered this community at the same time you started this contest, so I didn't want to be left behind. That's awesome, man. Morpheo, again, same as I told someone else earlier today, I applaud the fact that you participated because there's a bunch of people out there that actually have a good amount of skills, and just because they're scared or they're nervous or they don't want to, like, I don't know, feel the tension or the stress, they don't do it. You doing it, even if you just discovered 3D sculpting a couple of months ago, it's amazing. Because yes, even though I can definitely see some technical things that need to be addressed on this character, the fact that you were able to complete it shows me that you have what you need to do it, right? Like you need to be aware of that fear, but ignore it and actually do the process, right? Like go through the process so that you can grow as an artist. So congratulations on that. Congratulations on doing it. Now, if I could give you an advice on what the next like stage for you should be, it's definitely going to be sculpting. Like if you want to get better at sculpting, let's learn about form. Let's learn about proportion. Let's learn about how to properly create specific silhouettes that are going to be a little bit more interesting, right? This is definitely on the stylized side of things. We have stylized stuff here on the channel and on the courses. So if you want to check those out, that's probably where I would point you, because it seems to me that you have an understanding of the interface, like you know how to use ZBrush, you know how to work with the tool. Now we need to start working on the quality of the work that we deliver, right? Like improve our quality, and of course, as the motto here on the channel says, right? Always learning, always improving. Yeah, it is definitely crazy, Casey, for just a small time frame. Let's go to the next one. This is Doi Sing Samran by Doi Singi. Oh, this is very creepy. The eyes. He looks like completely crazy. That's awesome. And anime is looking good. I do feel like the skin could use a little bit more work on the shader side of things. Actually, you did, yeah, look at this. You did a really good job on the sculpt. So I think what affected things a little bit is the illumination. I know what you were going for, and this illumination tends to make characters look very creepy because it's from below, right? But yeah, this is good, man. Good stuff. The Last Postwoman. Hey, another nice one here. Good detail on the head. Good detail on the hair as well. The cloth feels again a little bit bulky. Like I would like to see it a little bit more straight, more realistic. But I like it. Kind of reminds me of the game. This one with Kojima. What's the one that you deliver packages? That's Stranding, right? So that gives me that vibe. Again, I need to read the whole story. It's marked urgent, and now she's gonna be in charge of delivering that letter. You used action as well. Good stuff. Yeah, I love the expect. I think now in this particular case, the depth of field might be a little bit too strong. Like it's way too blurry compared to what we see. Like because we don't see any blur on her or on her hand or anything. So you might want to tone it down just a little bit. But I like how you match the light. Like the light looks like it's like she looks like she's in that environment. So that's a good thing. And I actually like the textures. I think you did a good job on the textures as well. Yeah, those little small details, the keys, the compass, that's the stuff that we want. Just be careful with this again, with the cloth. Cloth doesn't sort of like bundle up weirdly. It's very fluid. Cloth is very fluid. It'll just flow. It'll try to flow through your body, so you're gonna have straighter lines in some places. Okay. The glowing feather. Oh, this is another great one, man. Nolo. I have a soft spot for stylized stuff. Not gonna lie. This is really cool, man. Oh, there's a. Oh, that's nice. There's like a nest in there. Good stuff, man. Great stuff. Wow. Yeah, great composition here. Scarecrow. Nice. Congrats. Yeah, this is another great one, man. The Glowing Feather by Nolo. Good stuff. I do think there's a little bit too much fog. Like, I would like to see the character a little bit clearer. But yeah, exactly. Yeah, this looks like a character from League, right? Like, it has that like style. Look at the nice silhouette, and it's like, this is how you know someone has been doing this for a while. The artistic decisions that he's making are what makes this character so important. Like, our eyes are drawn immediately to the heart of the character, to the little heart of the character. It has clean silhouettes and then busy silhouettes. There's color variations and values differences that allow us to properly appreciate the whole thing. So, yeah, man, this is such a good piece. It could be a great miniature as well. Like, if you 3D print this, oh man, it would be so cool too. Great stuff, man. Great stuff, Nolo. Congrats. Amandine Basot. Cool. This is like an Inuit type of character. Sculpt looks nice. I like the sleeves. Again, I feel like texturing has always, it's one of those challenging things, by the way, guys. Like, if you're learning or getting into this like 3D industry, texturing is definitely one of those things that can be a little bit complicated at first, because you might have a really good sculpt like what we have right here, but then if texturing is not really working with you, it becomes a little bit more complicated to really showcase that amazing work. And another one, we've talked about this before, is presentation, right? Like the rendering side of things. So that's where you need to be aware, okay? Like make sure you try to present the things or the characters in the best possible way, so that it really showcases all of the hard work that you've did. Hello, I heard that you are planning to release a course on creating modular environments in the near future, and I wanted to ask if the course will cover trim sheets and vertex painting. Yes, it will. Like, when I get to doing the environment course, trim sheets and vertex painting are going to be part of that as well. Honorit the Just. Interesting. Is she like a harpy? She kind of looks like a harpy. Cool. Again, be careful with these environments that take too much away from, like, the human eye will always go to the areas where there's more contrast and where there's more light. So in this case, my eye wants to see whatever this that we have right here, whenever we're having less like hotspots right here. So we want to always have a little bit more light on the character if possible. I know there are situations where the characters are going to be backlit, but in those cases, you definitely want to blur the background a little bit more so that the attention goes into a character herself. I like the pose. The pose is quite dynamic. There's several anatomy issues that we definitely need to solve, like mainly definition, how the shoulder, how the rib cage, how these different parts of the torso work with each other. Okay. This is Honorit by Jotankeo. Jotankeo. I was trying to pronounce it. Oh my god. I was trying to pronounce it as a different type of name, but it's actually in Spanish. Jotankeo. Tankeo means I tank, right? Like I'm the tank of the team. So nice. Let's go with this one. Nice. This is by Stefania. Or like a princess, magical princess. Same little feedback that we've given before. Eye direction, right? Like if she's watching or looking at this stone, let's just rotate the eyes a little bit so that she's actually looking at them. Nice, nice. Good. Like hair looks quite interesting. Yeah. Oriana, mother of stars and the reigning queen of Rigel, embarks on a journey across every constellation in search of a cure for the... Okay, so here's one of the things that I'm gonna tell you, Stefania. So when we're doing a character and there's a very specific thematic or theme for the character, you want to make it very obvious. So if I don't read the story, I don't know that she's the mother of stars, like Rosalina, right, from Mario Galaxy. So we need to add more motifs or more elements that tell us that she's related to stars. Because when I first saw it, it was just like, oh yeah, she's a queen or like a princess or something like that. There's nothing that tells me that she's like a universal entity, right, or something, where she's going to go across every constellation. So that's the kind of stuff that, if possible, we need to add a little bit more information to. But yeah, as people are mentioning here, the character is definitely pretty, so you're in the right track. We just need to focus on making sure that we really explain that information a little bit more, okay? Time flies. It's already been 2 months since the announcement. Yeah, that's right, Cabo. That is right. Now we go with Nightbringer. Oh, this looks cool, man. I like him. Oh, he's got personality, man. I love that. Good stuff there. Good stuff. Good stuff. I'm not entirely sure what that is on his head. Kind of looks like a horn that's sort of like wrapping around. It's a little bit interesting, but I like the pose. I like what you're doing with this character. Even the textures, I like them. The gunslinger, nice. Are those laser beams? What are laser beams? It's weird that he's got armor when guns can penetrate. I think he's going for the... Because these don't look like normal guns. Like, I don't see like a magazine or anything. I think he's going for what Lucian from League of Legends has, right? Lucian guns. So, in League of Legends, Lucian has these guns that are very cool as well. And they shoot light, I think. Or like magic, right? So, yeah. There's always an explanation. But I like it. I think you did a good job on this character, man. Revive. And we go with Leaf. Oh, this looks a little bit unfinished, Hugo. I think we ran out of time, maybe. I like what you were going for. Even the pose looks interesting. I just feel like it's a little bit incomplete because we don't see as many textures here on the final render. Finish it. My advice would be to finish it. I know maybe not for the contest, but for the for portfolio, that's something that you can definitely include, right? This is the Inu Ona. For the started spin the wood floating on the wood. Okay, interesting. Nice, nice. You're going... Okay, so this is one of those examples of a really cool character, and then the presentation making it a little bit difficult to really appreciate what's going on, right? We've mentioned this plenty of times, and this is one of the things that I want to make sure you guys understand. You did a great job here, Generic Styles. You did something really cool. I really like the character, the staff, everything. But because of how this thing is like presented, we see this as the main focus. Like, we see this as the thing that we need to be paying attention to, because this is, again, a very high contrast area, and everything is pointing that. He is looking at that, so we want to look at that. He's pointing at that with the hand, so we want to see what that is. And we want to bring the attention back to him, okay? So composition-wise, that's something that can definitely be improved. But other than that, I think you did a great job, man. Like, this character looks quite nice. I do feel some of the fur looks a little bit weird, especially here on the inside. But even texturing, I think it looks nice. I love the little, like, beats on the skin. It's the reminds me of what's the word? Wakanda, freaking Black Panther, right? The Killmonger has that sort of like stuff. Let's go with West African. There you go. Yeah, West African. Diego Marin says, in a world where modern technology is advanced, bigger than planet Earth, and sports are becoming creative. Every year, participants across the galaxy grand tournament, cyber arena tournament. Okay, nice. Hey. Cool. Yeah, we gotta be really careful with this kind of stuff, man. As you can see, it kind of looks to me like you just like Siri meshed like the whole body. I like the story, this sort of like futuristic tournament or whatever. That's cool, but these forms are just not gonna help us, right? So sculpting it's all about forms. It's all about it's about like splitting parts into multiple elements if we need to. You say here that it was an ambitious project. Yeah, it's definitely ambitious. And for instance, I can see that you were able to create a nice like shoulder pad. Like that shoulder pad looks good. It looks okay. But most of the other parts of the character are not like at that level, right? So my advice would be to really spend the time on polishing every single piece, and that's why hard surface can be a little bit tricky sometimes. Another thing that I see is texturing, right? Like we really don't have any texturing. Like most of this seem to be like just basic materials from Blender, I'm guessing. And they don't look like metal. They look more like plastic. So just be careful of that. It's a matter of like learning the tools and improving as artists. So again, congratulations. I really appreciate the fact that you participated in the contest. It's always a good way to see where you are and what things you might need to become a better artist. Okay. From what I'm seeing, it seems that starting from pose and composition would point you in the right direction in terms of what to focus more on while modeling and texturing. For this kind of like contest, yes. Like if you already have a good and clear idea of how the final thing is going to look, then sure, you can work on the pose and have that as your main guide, right? In production, you usually do like T-poses and things like that. Oh, this looks very interesting, man. Quite realistic as well. Nice. The Crown of Destiny. It's so fun to see so many different cultures, right? We see like the Western stuff, we see the Eastern side of things as well, European, African. So I think this is one of the things that I love about our community. Here's the Discord link. Oh, actually no, I don't have the Discord link. I'll share the Discord link in just a second, my friend. It should be on the description of the video as well. But my point is, having such a global community allows us to see so many different expressions, right? So many different styles, so many different tastes and sensibilities. All of that is what nurtures us as artists, being able to share all of that global like art styles. So that's great, man. Good stuff on this one. I love it. I think it's very clean. You did a really, really clean job on the armor, on the textures, on the presentation. Maybe a little bit more expression, right? Again, if he's holding this crown and this crown is important, maybe a little bit more of a solemn expression looking down towards the crown or something. That could help like make the piece a little bit more powerful. But good stuff there, Vishal. Very clean. Yeah, very, very clean. Delete that one. That's the duplicated one. Melania and the Gates of Erebus. Same stuff. Again. Who is the main character? Melania, right? This character right here. Make sure that the composition really sets her as the main character. Because right now, what looks to be like the main piece of this particular beauty render is not her. It's the portal. And we want to avoid that. Sculpt looks good. I think you did a good job on the sculpt. Even the texturing looked interesting. But because of the composition, it's difficult to appreciate what's going on here, Psycho. Okay? So my advice, Psycho, is make sure to focus on the character more, because in this particular contest, in this particular case, the character is what we want to have as the main focus. I think your Discord community is one of the most active I've ever seen in 3D world. Yeah, we have a very, very active community, especially during times like this, like competitions. People are sharing stuff and works in progress, and we have one of the biggest like Discord channels. I think we are like almost 20k members right there. So yeah, it's even though 3D as a whole, I know there's a bunch of artists, but it's still like a niche community to compare to gaming or other areas. So it's thanks to you guys. It's thanks to you. Thanks to, of course, David. Thanks to Alan. And thanks to the whole team here that we've been able to grow into such an amazing community. Let me delete this because this seems to be empty. And we go with Samwise. Hey. Cool. So another hand-painted approach here. It's quite ambitious because we got like a bunch of different materials. We gotta, again, Paul Nice, be careful about the values. We've mentioned this so many times, right? Again, you take your image, any image, you bring it into Photoshop, and if you desaturate the image and all of the values are in the very same sort of like similar vein, right? So for instance here, the values of the skin, that's the value of the skin. Go here. That's the value of the skin. That's the value of the shirt. That's the value of the pants. Can you guys see a trend here? Most of the values that we're seeing are pretty much the exact same value, meaning that the character is going to look very similar, very muddy, because everything is on the same value. So what is it that you want to do? There's a couple of different options. For instance, here, let me see if I can do a quick demo here. So if I want to have a little bit more differentiation, I could, for instance, grab, let's say, the skin of the character, and I'm going to lighten the values. See that right there? Look at that. Just that simple change, and the character pops way more, right? Why? Because now the values are different. The skin is a little bit brighter than the rest of the character. So that's something that we can do pretty much everywhere. So same thing, for instance, here for the pants. If I go here to the pants, and what I'm going to do on the pants is I'm going to darken them a little bit, right? So now the character is going to look a lot more interesting, because instead of having this, where everything looks very muddy, we have this, where there's more contrast. And it's not necessarily contrast between lights and brights. We didn't change lights and brights. It's contrast between the local color values that we have. We talked extensively about this on the hand painted course, because it's one of the hardest things to learn when doing hand painting, as Bootleg is saying right here. It's understanding how the brain perceives the different information that we're trying to send. So you can see again how powerful this technique is. Just by changing the local color values of things, we are going to be able to get a different result and really like move the attention to the areas where we want to have our audience look at. Okay, so I like the character though. I'm gonna be honest. I have an aunt, and she unfortunately went through a very ugly divorce. He looks like that uncle. like really looks like that uncle. So I don't have good like memories or good things to say about that uncle. But it's funny that he looks like really similar to that guy. Anyway, the sculpt is good. It's just the values. Okay, let's work a little bit more on those values, my friend. Now we go with Luca Velandi, Sean Lace. There you go, another stylized stuff. See, you guys are doing some really interesting things, because again, this looks like 2D. This looks like a 2D concept art rather than 3D. And it's just weird, man. Good 3D, good sculpt. It's just a style that I was not expecting to see. I'm gonna be honest. It's a style that I was not expecting to see on the contest. I'm not saying this is a bad thing. It looks very nice, yeah. As Bootleg, as Kratos is saying, it looks kind of reminds me of the old school paintings, from like the oh man, what was this? Like 1950s, I think 1950s diner painting. Yeah, like this kind of like a feel, right? What's the name of this? Oh, there was a very famous author that painted this way. Oh, there's a very famous, yeah, like this, right? Norman Rockwell. There you go, Norman Rockwell. So Norman Rockwell was a very famous artist from the 50s, if I'm not mistaken, and it had this like very contrasty effect, right? Like you could see really high highlights and really dark shadows, like this one right here. But at the same time, it looked like a very global illumination sort of thing. Like there was a lot of light on the scene. So you had this like very clear identification of all of the things. And that's, I think, what you're doing here. Like you did something like that where we have contrast, but at the same time, everything's very clear and clean. So good stuff, man. Good stuff on this one. Sean Lace. Now we go with Skrit, the Dune Reaper. Nice. Another humanoid character. Good stuff as well, Hirega. Good stuff. We gotta improve a little bit on the texturing and presentation side of things, right? Like rendering, modeling, the folds of the cloth, stuff like that. But again, congratulations on participating. I like what you did here. Yeah, he was an incredible painter. Yeah, Norman Rockwell. Amazing. The Last Dragon Maiden. Let's take a look at this. Oh, good stuff, Jensonian. Damn, dude. She gives me like tough vibes from Avatar, you know, like this like strong female character, both strong in strength and in character, right? Really good, man. Love the composition, really dynamic. Almost looks like a splash art screen, right, from a game. Really nice. Really cool. A lot of detail. Love what you did with the armor. Love that Oni shoulder pad right there. Like the Oni mask shoulder pad. Even the details on the boots. Look at that, man. And this is why I wanted you guys to include this technical like clay render. Because when we see this thing right here, a lot of that stuff is lost, right? Like we don't see this because of the dynamism, because of the light information. We don't see that as much. Yeah, really good. Definitely a top contender based on the amount of detail and the whole preparation. Oh, look at the environment, man. Oh my god. What is this, Unreal? It's Unreal, right? Yeah, good stuff, man. That's the render right there. I'm not sure if you did everything. That's fine if you didn't. It was allowed to use like assets to create like the environment and stuff. And as you can see, even though he included all of that environment, we really don't see it as much. We have our full attention where? On the character, because that's the main focus. That's what we want. Great stuff, Jensonian. Great stuff. Chaim's Blessing. Oh, nice. Another paladin. I love paladins. Alice in Renderland. There you go. This is yours. Nice, nice. Hey, good stuff. Another, so like kith relationship right there. Pretty cool armor, man. Pretty cool. Nice, nice. Yep, love it. I think some of the wrinkles there could be improved just a tiny bit, but I love what you did with the, again, with the shape language around the whole thing. Love the masks on the shoulder pads too. And the colors. I love, like, this palette right here. This is one of my favorite palettes. Whenever I see this palette, I'm like, oh my god, this is so good. Which is white and gold, right? White and gold, but it's not the white. It's like an off-white, like a little bit of a beige white. And then purple. Purple is a sign of not necessarily royalty, but it's a very intense color, right? So it's not a color that you see very often. Of course, in a lot of like religions and religious cultures, you will see more of this purple in specific garments. But yeah, like purple is just so good. Like this combination, purple, gold, and white. Chefskis, really good. Good stuff. Good stuff. Love it. Lol Snacko, was that a special thing that you are giving your advice, or we can still use to have advice? No, that was just a special, like it was a simple like demo that I want to show. In this case, Paul Nice with the Samwise piece, because it's something that comes up quite frequently about like value calibration and construction, so that we have more clarity. Normally, Los Snacos, that's something that we do during a portfolio review. Portfolio review is very similar to what we're doing right now, but I go a little bit more in depth on the different pieces. We do that dynamic every month at the end of the month. So the next portfolio review that we're going to have is going to be on the 28th of August. Very close to my birthday. Let's go. Sir Gator the Third, the Forest Eye. It's another creature character. It's pretty cool. The sculpt is fun. I like the sculpt. The render is not bad. I do feel we lost a little bit of information here on the bakes, maybe. Well, it's an interesting one, Sir Gator. Interesting one. Good stuff. Good. I like it. It's very original, I can tell you that. So from a creative side of points, like creativity-wise, this is very, very good. What is your birthday? August 30th. August 30th. Nymera. What happened here? Wandering Samurai. Oh, yeah, nice. Mouth is a little bit too big. Proportions are okay for a more realistic type of character. Some of the muscles are a little bit too exaggerated. And one of the things that we've mentioned is let's try to, like, for presentation is everything, right? So Eshwar, this is not a bad presentation, but there's more things that we can do. We can work with more light. We can work with maybe a different environment. Ideally, we can pose the character, even if just a little bit, right? Like we have to avoid this kind of stuff. See how that finger is overlapping there with the cloth, and see how the cloth looks very faceted. So this is the kind of stuff that you need to be very careful with, especially in your portfolio. You don't want to leave those little things in there, not because people won't know that you can fix it, because I know you can quickly fix it by just moving it inside on ZBrush, but it tells me that you are not hyper focusing on those details. And in productions, it's very important that you have that attention to detail, right? Like the time and the effort to actually go through all of those little things and make sure that you get the best possible result. This is, oh my god, dude. Whoa, this is a very complex one, man. Good stuff. War Chief Hyamobi. Nice, man. Is he like a gorilla or something? Kind of looks like a gorilla. Wow. It's a villain, definitely. It's a villain. Or an evil guy, right? Like the red and everything. Damn, dude. This is a nice one. Nice stuff, dude. Love it. Good stuff. I love the sculpt. Pretty good, man. Yeah, this is nice. And this is a very common like thing that you can do, which is taking a pattern or having a specific pattern, right? For instance, the boots and the cape, and then just repeating the pattern. When you repeat a pattern, that creates consistency on a specific on a specific design. So this armor, even though it is complex, like I'm not telling you like this is something that you can do quickly, like it does take time to think about this, but once you do one piece of the armor, you can just duplicate it a bunch of times and you're gonna have a really good result. Really great one, man. War Chief Hyamobi. Really, really, really nice one. Good stuff. Oh my god, who did this? Alex G, this is another great one, man. Dude. Wow. Oh, look at this beautiful render here. Again, Marmoset, man. It can make your stuff, like if your stuff is good, it can make it look even better, right? Like look at the Alex, dude, this is beautiful. Like this could be a collectible. Like like straight away. This one's really, really freaking good. The dynamism, the pose, the colors. Wow. Hats off, man. Hats off. This is so good. It reminds me, of course, and I'm sure it was your inspiration at one point, of Franz Frazetta. Right? Frank Frazetta, sorry. So it has this sort of like vibe, right? The Frazetta vibe. Frazetta is another amazing illustrator. I think he's still alive, right? Pretty sure. Is he still alive? Oh, no, he already died. So bad. But yeah, Frazetta, he's one of like the big contributors to like that sort of like power fantasy style that a lot of people love and use nowadays. And I think you captured that like Frazetta style like perfectly. Great stuff, man. Great stuff. I really have absolutely nothing to say about this. It's just so good. So good. Valerie, the Demon Hunter. Hey, nice pose. Another great pose here. Very dynamic. Good character. Good construction of the different props. I love the pose though. Like this is one of the best poses I think I've seen. Reminds me of Conan the Barbarian. Did that last one? Yeah. Frazetta, I think Frazetta, I'm not sure if he did anything Conan related, but he definitely inspired a lot of that. I think he did something. Yeah, like this one. Yeah, very cool, stylized. Again, maybe just play a little bit with the roughness of the metal, shine a little bit more. But other than that, great one. What's his name? Valerie. Nice, the Demon Hunter. One other thing, maybe expression on the face, just a little bit more angry. Could be really good. Mario Onofre. Oh, another very dynamic pose. You went arcane style. I like it. I like it. I think you were quite successful here, to be honest. It definitely does read arcane style. Arcane style. Yeah, good stuff. I really like what you did with the skin there on the face. And this dynamic like pose. Another great one, my friend. Another great one. I like this as well. When people write things as if it was like a diary or like a book or something, it feels very personal. Like you're actually like reading what that person went through. So that's always a good. I think it's a very good narrative tool. Now we go with Abeloth. Okay, Blyther. I'm gonna be honest, man. I think this one falls more into the creature side of things. It's not a bad sculpt, and I'm not necessarily going to disqualify you. However, I will tell you there's probably going to be less points awarded to you because this definitely feels more like a creature or monster rather than a character. And I know the line was very sort of like blurry, but we had a lot of people asking questions about specific things, and I feel like this one definitely falls a little bit more into the creature side of things. Okay, like the monster creature side of things. In terms of the sculpt, I like what you did. I like the stylized approach to the wood and to some of the elements like the flesh. I do feel like we lost quite a bit of that in here in the presentation and in the render. Now we go with Blaze. That's a fun one. That's a fun one. Blaze. An alien obsessed with humans, particularly in the 1980s. That's very original, man. Okay. Yeah, this feels like sitcom material, right? Like a sitcom where this guy just arrives to Earth, maybe in like current times, and he's just like obsessed with the 80s, and he now needs to learn how to live with with the humans. Yeah, good stuff, man. Good stuff. It's fun. It's fun. And having fun is always important as well. Oh wow, this is an interesting one. Vane, the Soulbound. Two creatures on the verge of death, lying next to an ancient tree said to govern the passion of souls. As both cling to life beneath the tree, its roots intertwine with them and exchange their bodies. The rabbit awakens inside the monster, and the monster awakens inside the rabbit. Oh, wow. They have both gained something they want. That's pretty original, man. Kang. I like that idea. So the cute rabbit is now the super intense monster, and the super strong, like scary monster is now the rabbit. So they both get something out of this exchange, and now they help each other. Yeah, I like that story. I like that story. I do feel like the sculpt could use a little bit of work, especially on the forms. You gotta be careful when you're dealing like with this super intense, like gory things, to make sure that it's clear, that we can identify where the different like muscles and areas are. And maybe, for instance, if we are already like that's actually a good rule of thumb that you can follow. If you're gonna have a really intense surface, like really intense, like skin and things like that, you want to keep some of the other surfaces, like this leather or like some of these other elements, a little bit cleaner, so that you don't have just like noise everywhere. Like the visual communication becomes a little bit easier for the audience to understand. But that's good, man. I like it. This is Nox, The Last Dose by Leon Melia. Cool, very sort of like Fallout, Last of Us kind of stuff. Interesting character. Good sculpt. I like this render quite a bit. Okay, interesting. Definitely another scary guy. I like it. I think you did a good job with the textures. Maybe this area right here looks a little bit too flat in the texture side of things, or on the wrinkle side of things, on like the sculpt. But some of the other details is pretty good. Like this arm with like those bandages, that's pretty nice. That metallic arm, I like it. Yeah, good stuff, man. Reminds me of the cartoon Osmosis Jones. Yeah, this one, right, Franny? Pretty cool. Realization and corruption. Lyra. Again, guys, light. Look at this. Very, again, common thing. We've talked about this. Oh. So the problem with this is this color of the dress is the exact same color as the background. Almost the exact same color, right? So we lose her. We don't know how big or small her body is. So I'm not sure if she is like, let's say, really strong, or if she's like really thin. Like there's a bunch of different things, and we don't see it. Even if I push the values here, I'm not sure. Oh, there it is. It's very subtle, right? So in this kind of situations where the background and the character are really close together, same for the wings, right? Like the wings are being completely lost. This is where rim light really plays a good like amount of, or like this is where you want rim light to be a lot more aggressive, so that you can really frame the whole silhouette, because you actually did a great job on the wings. Go to the clay render here. Yeah, like the wings look pretty cool. It's just that because of the decisions that you made with the lights here on the render, we don't see them. Like some people might even miss the fact that she has wings, right? So be very careful about that sort of like presentation techniques, because if you don't frame certain elements enough, it can become very difficult to see that. Okay. Let's go now with strength. Dragon von Iverek. Nice. Cyberpunk stuff. Cool. I like what you did with the coat. Coat is nice. Coat's not bad. I would love to see you go through the full pipeline here, my friend. You know, retopology, texturing, like proper texturing, because this looks closer to polypaint. Yeah, very Blade Runner, right? Very Blade Runner. Oh, you did got that feedback? Yeah. That's again, that's why this is another reason why I think these types of competitions are really interesting, because it tells you, or it teaches you something, right, Sebi? So in this case, you're telling me, I got that feedback about the wings, but I didn't have time to fix it. Okay, that means that the next time you have a project or a competition or whatever, you need to account for that time and try to finish things a little bit earlier, so that if you get that type of feedback, you do have time to fix it. That's how we learn. There's no other way but that. Now we go with Asriel. Yeah, nice. This looks very... Yeah, he's got like villain vibes all over the place. I would just love to see a little bit of a better integration here with the scarred body. But I like the pose, man. Really, really intense, grounded pose. The hammer. Yeah, sculpt was good. Good stuff, man. Once an angel. Nice. And now he's a devil. Oh. Adrian Vesper, Warden of the Night. Nice. He reminds me of the guy from Fallout, right? I don't remember the name. I haven't seen the series, but there's this guy that looks like all burnt up and stuff. Just like a fantasy version of that guy. Again, be careful with the value construction here with the materials. So these belts right here are way too bright for the rest of the color for the character. So that brings my eyes down here instead of to the face, which is where we want to be focusing on. The goal, yeah, the goal. But I like the fact that you constructed so many different pieces, man. Like it's not easy. It's not easy to do as many of this like garments. This blue tint that you're seeing right here, be careful with that. That's the subsurface scattering. The scale of the subsurface might be a little bit too big, and that's why you're getting this sort of like blue contamination. Oh. It says Sebastian. As a young boy, Sebastian lived a life of luxury. He had wealthy parents. Yeah. I'm not sure if there was a typo or something, but it definitely reads a little bit more female than male. Yeah, I guess. Careful with the proportions. For instance, here I feel like the legs might be a little bit too long. And it's interesting because on this picture right here, a lot of people might think she kind of looks like or he kind of looks like 2B, right, from Nier. So even like it's a very I know it's a man, but this is a very important thing that you need to understand. The way you portray a character and the way you think certain characteristics of that character might read as might not be the exact same way everyone else might read those characteristics as. Does that make sense? So exactly, if we have, like, I know we have a male torso, right? I know we have a male torso. But if you ask 100 random like persons or people around the world whether this character is a male or a female, most people, due to cultural and, you know, geographical or whatever, like ideas we have about how certain things are supposed to look. I'm not saying there's one correct or incorrect way of saying, but there is a perception of what someone might think this character is. That can change. Okay, so it's important that you take that into account. So even if you say Sebastian here is a young boy and you show this to 500 people and everyone says like, oh, I thought it was a girl, okay, then you might need to go back to the drawing table and be like, okay, everyone is telling me it's a girl even though I'm telling them it's a boy. What am I doing in the communication side of things to not properly communicate what I want to communicate? So it's not necessarily always a failure on the audience side of things. There can also be a failure on the artist side of things where we're not properly conveying the information that we want to convey. Does that make sense? So just be just be aware of that. Just be aware of the fact that even if you have a specific vision of how something is supposed to look, that vision might not match with what everyone else thinks of that specific situation, and therefore there's going to be a mismatch in the communication. Remember, in communication, this is basic like communication things, right? You are the emitter, right? Like you send the information. There is a message that is being sent, and then there's the receiver of that message. There can be mismatch on those parts. Like either you as the communicator are not communicating properly, the message is getting distorted or lost on the process, or the receiver is not receiving that information properly. And if there's a mismatch in any of those steps, then we're not matching the goal, which is to communicate properly whatever it is we want to communicate. Let's see. Tell me about Marvelous Designer. Is there any free workshop? Also, we have several several different like videos on the channel. Dream Vesper, Whisper of that one we already took a look at. So now we go with Morrowind of the Blindwood. Nice, nice. Oh my god, this is really good, man. Good texture work on the face, on the details as well. This is by Sophie. Good stuff, Sophie. Love what you did with the claw. Like, this is what I was talking about, right? This is what I was mentioning about making sure that things are not like always perfectly straight or perfectly perfect. This is really, really nice. Good stuff. Yeah, good sculpt. And the textures. I really like the textures. I love the composition here, like the pose. It's a simple pose, but at the same time, you're telling so much with this pose. The story, the eye, the expression on her face. I love the details on the teeth and the mouth. Really, really, really cool. Let's see. Spooky. Yeah, definitely spooky. Yeah, exactly. Right. It kind of looks like Resident Evil. Yeah, good job. Good job. Let's go to the next one. Mira, the perfect failure. Nice sci-fi stuff. Okay, so MOBA. I like what you did with this character. I think the execution, the technical execution is really good, especially on the sculpt and stuff. I feel like you probably, or not probably, I feel like we're falling into a very, again, common pitfall on character design stuff where we add too much things or too many things, right? We have too many elements happening right now. There's of course her face, her hair. We got this sort of like lava arm thing happening. Even this red fingers right here. We have this ghost on the back of her. We have some emissive, like, so I feel like there's too many elements and it can become a little bit difficult to focus on specifically what the most important element might be. The advice that I got, and actually this is something that I learned from Dave Paget, who's going to be one of the judges, is when you're dealing with a character, you need to have a hierarchy of different reads, right? Like levels of read. So you have a general read of who the character is, and then you have a more specific, like a secondary read, where you pay attention to more important or other important details on the character, and finally you have those like little details that end up sort of like filling the whole picture. Right now, I feel like we have way too many reads. Like, I don't know how important this character is compared to the lava arm. Like what should I what should I ask you about this? Should I ask you why does she have like this lava arm, like fire arm, or why is there a ghost on her back, right? I feel like those are competing in terms of like importance and hierarchy about who should be more important to this character. So be careful with that, because we tend to try to cram too much information into a single element sometimes. Okay, go to the next one here. They're almost halfway. How many are we missing? Oh my god, we're missing a lot of them, guys. Okay, let's. So, I mean, we're probably gonna be here for another 2 hours, but I don't want to do this for like the next 4 hours. So I'm probably gonna have to just like push things a little bit more. For instance, on this one right here, this looks nice. I like this, like a mechanical goblin, right? However, the one thing I can tell you is, well, we're missing, first of all, we're missing the proper size of the images. We're missing the template that you were provided so that you could integrate this with the character, and we're missing textures. So textures were important, like a beauty render was important for this. So unfortunately, my friend, this one is not going to be qualified for the next round for the community vote. But keep pushing it. Try to complete it, even if it's just for your portfolio. This is Bancrosh. Protector. Nice. Okay, interesting sculpt. Definitely some forms issues on the wood side of things to make sure that the division, for instance, from the forearm to the biceps to the hands, it's a little bit more obvious, more clear. One of the best advices I can give you guys, especially when you're doing characters that have already been done in some way before, just look at those. In this case, it's Groot, right? So Groot from Guardians of the Galaxy will give you a very good idea on how a character made out of wood can be handled to make it very, very believable, very cool. And if you don't want to use Groot because you don't want to copy that homework, right? Just look, for instance, for a wood golem. And if we look for wood golems, there's going to be plenty of people who have done really good explorations and designs on how to build or construct this type of like characters. So for instance, if we take a look at this one right here by Shepit Rodriguez, you can see that there are different divisions and different cuts on the different parts of the character that we're missing here, right? And because we're missing that, it becomes difficult to read the whole character. Okay, so reference is always going to be one of the best things that you can do for your creations. Now we go with Vex, the Bounty Hunter. Oh, really cool design here, man. Love that. Nice. Riley. There you go. This is cool, man. I like it. I like the fact that you are using this like Japanese sort of like or Asian sort of like hat, and then instead of having like a cloth or something, it's this like sci-fi stuff. Pretty smart. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I like it. Good stuff. I would probably tone down the metal edgeware on the pants. That will be one of my only recommendations. And ideally, if you had a little bit more time, maybe add something more here on this like a VD render environment, so that we can see the character in a more like a story approach. Right? This is very clean. Like for portfolio, this works really nicely. Again, very careful with the metal edgeware on the metals. You want to sort of like break it up a little bit so that it's not like everywhere uniformly. But yeah, cool stuff. Cool stuff. Kalika, Children of the Moon. Interesting. Another interesting contrast here with sci-fi elements or like futuristic elements and this sort of like Greek mythology side of things. I feel like we lost something on the wings. I'm not sure if you tried baking all of the elements into like a single mesh. Wings are one of those things that you usually will have a very heavy poly count because you kind of want to have every single feather on its own. So yeah, it's a good one. Proportions, I think the arms are a little bit too short. You can probably elongate the arms a little bit more here, my friend, with Kalika, Children of the Moon. Guijarro or Guijarro, the Epic of the Little Stone. Nice. I always like turtle characters. This is pretty cool. You can definitely blur the background a little bit more to, again, give more importance to the character. I think you're not doing textures. You're just seeing poly paint, which is fine. Careful, again, with the gesture. Even though he's turtle and he's probably stiffer, right? You still want to add a little bit more dynamism. So maybe like push this leg a little bit further back to make the character look a little bit more grounded. Well, I like this one. I like this one, Guijarro. Nice. Okay, seems like it's already out there. Nixia. Interesting. Really interesting use of the cloth here to create like the whole composition. I like that. ABF developer. K-pop idol. Nice. I feel her face is a little bit on the uncanny valley side of things. Proportions in general are fine. I don't read this as a K-pop thing though. Oh, she's from North Korea. Okay. I don't have a lot of information about North Korea. I would look up like North Korea dresses and try to see if you can match that a little bit more. Vampire. See, so it's a little bit interesting. Again, I feel like we're falling victims of the thing that I just mentioned. It's too many things, right? So the North Korea background already has a lot of like cultural baggage that you can use. The K-pop label has a lot of baggage that you can use visually speaking. And then the vampire stuff, it's another like a whole different thing. And they're so far apart, I think, from each other that it would be a little bit better if you ignore one of them. For instance, I would probably focus on the K-pop vampire side sort of things. It's definitely closer to K-pop Demon Hunters as well, but it's probably going to be easier to find an interesting design there if you don't try to mix too many things, okay? Too many ingredients. Emelier. Ah, interesting. This is like a cell shading effect or cell shading approach. You got to be careful with cell shading, especially for instance here on the hair. You need to separate pieces a little bit more, because if you don't, you end up with this thing, which is just like a big blob, and it's difficult. So some people might think that instead of hair, this is more like a helmet, right? So you gotta be careful with that, because otherwise it can be a little bit difficult to avoid. Golden Solitude. Oh, I like this one. Goblin. An old goblin at that. Good composition here, man. A little bit more depth of field, I think, could help, but I think you clearly separated the character with this like rim lights and the thing here. I just feel like that there might be a little bit too much information here, visual information, that might take away a little bit of importance from the character. But this is good, man. Tamino says, I made the strength character. I had technical issues with the UVs and HD geo transferring to substance, either technical issues or an error. That's fine, man. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Like, again, like I'm just going through the things, giving a little bit of my opinion. Just the fact that you were able to complete this, it's already valuable. So remember, every single project that we complete, every single thing that we do teaches us something. So next time you are doing something like this, hopefully you won't have as many issues with UVs or HD geo, because you now know a lot of the things that you encounter in doing this project, right? Lightwave, oh my god, haven't seen that name in a while. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Good stuff here with the goblin Horatio el Goblin. And we go with Elsa and Tino. Nice. Oh man, she's such a cool character. Again, it's the presentation, man. Too dark, too red, right? So we're not really seeing all of the hard work that you did for the character. I know what you're going for. Like, I love those hands. Like, that's a cool one. I just feel like we went a little bit too heavy with the color, and we could have done something a little bit different to really showcase the character in literally a better light. But it's a cool character though. I love this clay render here. I love Tino as well, the little like dog right there. She's got aura, right? She's got a lot of aura. Pretty cool, man. Lucas, pretty cool. Nice. Yeah, really cool character design. Purpose. Here, there you go. That's pretty cool. This is by Nathalie, and this is what I mentioned, because people were asking, oh, if I'm not a character artist, what can I do? Well, there you go. This is a really good example of a simple concept taken to a really clean execution, right? I love what you did with the materials. The story, it's very clear. This guy wants to break free, and he is going to use this Allen key here to free himself. He's like this, like a dummy characters. It's clever, exactly. It's clever. So and that's one of the most important things I think of our industry. You don't always need to have like the most like technically challenging and intense model and sculpts and textures and everything. Sometimes a clean, simple, original idea is all that you need to have a piece that connects with people, that connects with the audience, right? So exactly, as the Bard is saying, this one looks so good, says so much with so little, right? Just 3 pieces: the character, the tool, the chains, right? And it tells us this character wants to break free. Presentation is great. Modeling is, even though again modeling is, let's say, technically simple, which is not necessarily a problem, and it's not necessarily the case here because there are some complex elements that require a little bit more thought. It's just storytelling in its purest form, right? So yeah, I would also definitely play the game with a character like this. Imagine like a little like a wooden figure running through like an art atelier, and then like grabbing different things like paints and scissors and knives and clay and different like tools to just like platform around. I think that's pretty cool. Great job, Nathalie. Great job. Great composition. Delete this one as well. The first anchorite. Oh wow, another ambitious one here. Nice. Very Dark Souls like, I think. Great model here. Good stuff, Babak. Only advice, again, just maybe blur the background a little bit more, especially on this area, so we can separate the character a little bit more from the background. I love the camel. Great stuff. What's this? Yeah, nice, man. Nice. Good. Love it. Love the colors as well. I like that sort of like cool palette that you're using throughout the character. The only thing I'm worried, or not worried, but what is this? Oh, okay. Yeah, so the only thing I would recommend is be careful with this kind of elements right here. I would probably rotate this thing just a little bit, because right now the perspective that we have with this thing matches pretty much perfectly with the perspective that we have on the background here with the walls. So I actually thought this was attached to the wall instead to this like little thingy right here. And that kills the depth of the piece, right? Like it makes it very difficult to properly check how deep or not something is. So just be mindful of that. Oh my god. Another ambitious one here by Simone. Nice. Is Fallen Archangel Varelios. Dude, good stuff, man. Angels are always so cool, right? Especially when people add like all of this like flair to the characters. And you even optimize it. That's pretty nice. Good stuff, man. Really powerful piece. I like this one. I like that one. So this one. Hey, nice. Another Western character. Red Mooney. This is by Farley. Another very dynamic pose. Very dynamic pose. Maybe a little bit too dynamic. Good sculpt. A lot of details. Like steampunk. Remember, it's kind of like steampunk Western, right? It seems. Oh, there's the horse. Yeah, so for instance, at first on the shot, I didn't see the horse. I thought she was like falling or something. I mean, it makes sense that she was on a horse, but it was a little bit difficult to see. Yeah, good stuff. Maybe a little bit more material definition in some areas. For instance, this cloth right here looks a little bit too rough, or sorry, too glossy, like very similar to some of the other pieces. I would probably try adding a little bit more normal map information or something to break it up and separate it from the rest of the elements, so the communication works just a tiny bit better. But good stuff there, Farley. Good stuff. Can I submit my competition entry to ArtStation? No, of course, man. It's yours. It's completely yours. Remember, the only thing is some of this might be shared by some of our sponsors. So if, for instance, like Marmoset or Marvelous find a piece that they really like where you use some of the tools, they might share it on their socials. They're, of course, going to give you credit. But that was part of the submissions requirements. It's on the PDF. But yeah, this is your piece. Like, you own 100% of this piece. If you want to develop your own IP or your own game or whatever, it's completely yours. Bamir, the White Knight of Asimon. Nice. Careful with the golds. Golds can be a little bit tricky. Sometimes they get a little bit too saturated. But I'm glad that you finished the whole piece, man. It's complex. It can be a little bit difficult to do a full character. Composition-wise, maybe we can get the composition a little bit closer or play a little bit more with the lights. Careful with the bumpiness. It's a very common issue where people push the bumpiness of the ground like way too much. Kraila. Nice. I was wondering if we were going to get a mermaid. It seems like we did. Interesting composition, but way too blurry, and not way too blurry. We can't see the character. It's way too far away, and it's way too blurry. So it's difficult to appreciate what you did here with the textures and stuff. Careful with that, okay? Blurriness can be a double-edged sword. Grubby. The spotless mole. Nice. Yeah. It seems like a hand-painted approach as well. We need to work a little bit more on really intensifying the light in this particular cases. Or for a Grubby, the spotless mole. Legolas and Dugnion. Oh, dude. So good, man. Another very original one. I like it. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Yeah, that's so cute. The Dugnion. The leek. This is very original, man. This is very original. I like it. To be honest, I would just remove everything else and just keep the characters. Just remove the tablecloth and the cups. Like let's just focus on the characters because they're so good. Again, another game I would definitely play. Very adorable, definitely. Codename HOP3. Hey, sci-fi stuff. Nice. Alex. Cool. Yeah, the sculpt was looking quite nice. I think we lost something on the face, maybe on the texturing side of things, my friend. Because she looks really angry here on the sculpt, and she looks a lot more calm here on the character side of things. It's an ambitious one. Like this very intense amount of like cables and armor pieces. It's ambitious, And I know that depending on how much time you were able to do it with, can be a little bit like tricky to transfer that. But I think, for instance, here the bakes, it seems like you did bake like the cables and stuff. The bakes seems to be working quite nice. My advice would be to focus a little bit more on the hard surface side of things. A little bit more on that, like really push like the sharpness and the different like planes and platforms there. Iskram. I love this one. It reminds me of my kid, man. Like whenever she wants something and she really wants something, you're gonna see her like this, like really take action. She doesn't have a sword, but like that's her whole like aura. Nice. Mar Lawyer says, wait, is this the real Leal 3D? Yeah, man. Who else would that be? Great sculpt, man. Love it. Kids are tough, and I'm not only talking about like real world kids. Like, yeah, racing a kid is definitely difficult. It's super enjoyable, but like sculpting kids, it's very tricky because if you don't do it properly, if you don't do the proportions properly, they look like little like small adults, and it's just like this like uncanny valley side of things, similar to what happened with the Polar Express, right? Express. This movie got a lot of backlash because of that. Because all of the kids look just like really weird, right? Like really uncanny, and it's because of the proportions. It's the proportions of the faces, of the sizes of the heads. Like there's a bunch of different things, and this one is like spot on. Like this is really good. Nice. And you also wait. What are you texturing? Oh, nice. You're texturing in 3D code. That's awesome. So, and you went for this like hand painted, stylized, cartoony thing. That's great. It's great. I love it. Like someone stole her teddy bear and now she's gonna take matters into her own hands. That's awesome. Heracles, petrified champion. What happened here? Okay, I'm gonna excuse this just because it's a black screen. Because normally if there's more than one image, you would be disqualified, but it seems like you just like posted here. Nice. Okay, Philip, the only thing I'm gonna say is that it just doesn't read like a character. It reads like a statue. That's my main not advice or concern. That's my main problem, I guess, with this piece. It definitely looks more. There's another post of him in the very bottom. I think this one is the second post. Oh, Philip. Unfortunately, that, yeah, there's another one right here. That's the same thing. It's the same thing. So I'm gonna delete this one. I'll delete this one. We're gonna keep the other one. It's the same. Sorry, I already deleted it. Because technically we could disqualify Philip because there's supposed to be only one post. So I'm playing nice here, and I'm keeping this one right here. That was the main key references and forwarded. But it's the same image, right? I mean, I know there's more images here. Like I'm just gonna keep this one as the reference. So the main issue I have with this one, Philip, is the fact that, oh, this is the one that he's forwarding. Okay, I see. Yeah, no. So the main issue is that this doesn't seem like a character. It feels more like statue. If he's a golem, I would expect to see more divisions or more cuts to indicate that he's a golem. That's my advice there. This is by Zvigity. Okay. Sculpt is interesting. He kind of reminds me of like the Demon Slayer characters. It's definitely too much on the glow effect, and we're not seeing enough of the forms of the character in this one. Spaghetti, I would like to see a little bit more of a close-up here as well, and it seems like you're not doing this the proper size. I'm not sure. Feels too small. Yeah, so it seems like you used a different size. Maybe your computer had an issue there with the scales, but that's not 1920 by 1080. So we're not gonna exactly disqualify this one. It's gonna still be on the community vote. However, just keep in mind that when Alan does the video, yours might look a little bit too pixelated because it's the wrong resolution. That's why we ask everyone to have the same resolution. The Abyss. Okay, purpose, the call. Juntate, classified mission. Okay, so it's a document there. Nice. So my friend, again, unfortunately, this one we will have to disqualify. It looks cool. It's a cool project here, Blackstorm, but this is a creature, not a hero. So I think you missed like the main focus of the competition, which was the call to adventure. This bug is not being called to adventure. This bug is trying to stop someone else's adventure, right? So yeah, that makes it difficult to place it with the rest of the characters. The creature is pretty cool though. Like, I would still like recommend you include this in like your portfolio. Finish it properly if you don't have like proper UVs and textures. It seems like you rigged it and everything, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, this does miss the idea of the competition. Alexandrov. Nice. We got like a sci-fi character here. Okay, interesting helmet. It does look very thin on the metal side of things. So this is one of the issues with hard surface stuff. Like, if you want hard surface to look good, it does need to look a little bit chunky, and it needs to look like it's a material that could handle like a big hit or something like that. And this is where things can be a little bit complicated. I like some of the elements, but I do feel some of the other parts are way too thin. It looks like very they look very flimsy. This is much better. Like, I'm not sure if it's the texture or the render that's affecting us a little bit there, Tativara, but this one looks a little bit better. Yeah, cool stuff. Create a new post up. Tativara, don't make me do this, man. Why do you guys not follow the rules? The rules is just one post. So if you were not ready, you should not have updated this. So I'm gonna have to ignore this ones right here. Okay, so these images are ignored. I'm just gonna count this ones right here. And actually, I will have to delete this to avoid any what's the word? To avoid any confusion later on. So when people are looking at the votes, they need to look at what you submitted, not what you did after. That's unfair for everyone else. Okay. Let's see, where were we? Here. Now we go with Larry, the octopus. Nice. This is by Pedro. Another great idea, man. Oh my god. Great idea. An octopus controlling like this humanoid version of a diver. Really good, man. Really good. Yeah, crazy design. Love this one. Yeah, stylized, cartoonish. I do feel like I would like to see more of the octopus on this shot right here. It also feels like you didn't do like the full like texturing process, maybe just poly paint and some glossiness and stuff. Because I don't see a lot of material differentiation. Everything looks very glossy. I know he's coming out of the water, so that might be the reason, but still. And but yeah, this is great, man. I love it. Great great stuff. Yeah, kind of like Earthworm Jim. That's right, Corin. Kind of like that. Yeah, it's fun. The tentacles forming the cape, or yeah, no, there's other options. No, I love this. I love this one. I would strongly recommend you, Pedro, to take this concept and finalize it like with proper production, like production workflows, because this will be a really cool portfolio piece. Now we go with Nora, a rock star. Okay, cool, Johnny. So again, congratulations on finishing and submitting. There's definitely things like it feels like we were still missing like more posing, maybe a better hairstyling approach, presentation and stuff. To fill her with love for life, give your faith. Music is always a really good vehicle for storytelling. In this case, we just gotta be careful with the presentation. Becca Draw, you're almost there. Oh yeah, a couple more. Hide and Seek. This is by Carson Puch. God, see, another one of this. Has there been like a recent trend on this kind of styles? Like, I'm really curious about this because I don't think we had this last 3 contests, right? Like, this is the first contest where I see a lot of results where the final render wants to look like a 2D piece instead of 3D. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it's a little bit weird or interesting that that this style is now popping up a little bit more. Cool. Cool. Is she wearing like an Argentina suit or something? But no, but that's the thing. It's not hand painted style, because for instance here it does look 3D. Like this scenario here looks 3D. It's this rendering decision here that flattens everything into like a very illustration like approach. Seen a lot of indies with 2D looks. Yeah, definitely. Cool. Awesome. That's Carson. Good stuff, Carson. Now we go with Laila Ansari. We Are the Desert. Eh? Another one. Another one. More and more of these styles. Interesting. The 3D looks interesting. The only thing that I have to say about this particular art style is that I feel that, and we've seen this several times on some of the submissions, it tends to look a little bit dirty in certain areas. So I would recommend everyone who is trying to follow this approach, just be very mindful about, again, the visual communication side of things, where we want the high values, where we want the low values, and how we're going to clean up some of the surfaces so that it doesn't look like it's just like phoned in, right? Like you just wanted to quickly rush through the process and give like a very sort of like muddy look. You want things to look clean and precise. That's I think important on this type of assets. And now we go with Becker Draw, Luna. Hey, nice. See, Becker Draw, I've always loved your style, man. You always have this very nice, interesting Renaissance style on you. Good stuff, man. Did you do this again, everything with your iPad? Because that's another thing that's always very impressive about your work, that you always work on just the iPad. Was that the case as well on this one? Like sculpting, texturing, UVs, everything? Yeah, I love it. It's very painterly. I really like the face on this one. I think it looks very pretty. Yep, 100% iPad. Oh my god. There you go. So that's pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. Love the pose. Mask. Good stuff, man. What software is this? I'm guessing this is where you rendered? What software is this? Yeah, Becker Draw, for those of you that don't know, he's a huge member of our community as well. He's always helping a lot of people, and he is very engaged with the community on the Discord. So he was helping a lot of the other participants with, you know, little tips and tricks here and there. So awesome stuff. Octane render, is this Octane? Octane render standalone on the iPad or on your laptop? My god, I didn't even know that Octane render had an iPad version. I have to check that out. Great stuff, man. Great stuff. Love it. Luna. Great. Now we go with Eclipse Redeemed. Yeah, another good one. This one reminds me of Jester from... I mean, now everyone sees a tiefling and they think about Jester, right? From Critical Role. Good stuff on this one as well by Todd Andras. Sculpt is good. Proportions are nice. I do feel again that we're missing a little bit of an environment or something here to really sort of like push it forward a little bit more, but I like the hair. The face, even. Like, you did a good job on this one, Toth. Call of Duty. This is by Crow. Good approach on the cloth. I think you did a good job there on the damage for the cloth. I think we lose quite a bit of that information here, and the sword feels a little bit out of place. Also, skin, man. Skin is one of those things that, especially for characters, you want to make sure that you spend enough time polishing the skin colors to really make them shine, right? Like, to really make them like pop and look nice. In this particular case, I think the skin just looks way too flat, and it's not giving us that like depth that we might expect. Now we go with Odile Gasque. Odile has always been a faithful woman with an unfortunate compulsion to collect lavish jewelry. This one is a little bit weird. Who is this? Corinne.
I guess in the story it's not clear. Is she like an undead character? She kind of looks like an undead character. Kind of reminds me of like Sally from Jack's Nightmare Before Christmas. The pose is really extreme. It's a little bit unbalanced. So one thing to keep in mind, guys, with poses, it's an exercise that we do. If you create, like, you need to go to the top or to the heel of one of the feet and the point of the other feet, and then you go. In this case, since there's only the point touching the ground, you go there, and then you create a plane, like a perspective plane. That right there. That right there is the area where the balance or the center of balance should fall. And the center of balance goes from the pit of the neck down. So as you can see here, the center of balance is not falling in this area, meaning that this character is going to fall over, or she's about to fall over. So you guys got to be careful with that, because it's going to look like, well, the character is falling over. So just balancing the pose there is an important thing. Oh, she's just a blue person? Okay. So I would probably recommend to work a little bit more on the proportion side of things, Corinne, because we do need to make sure that, again, we're communicating properly who this character is. Right now, because of the blue skin, because of the pose, because of some of the props, she doesn't read like a human character, right? I can definitely see the jewel stuff happening from the story, but we do need to work a little bit more on the like anatomy and proportion side of things. Okay, let's go to the next one. Rui and P1PO. Nice. Nice. I like the little robot right there. Good character. Very Star Warsy, right? A little bit post-apocalyptic. Okay. I would like to see a little bit more of the world. Like, I know we have the story here, but in the renders, adding just an extra prop, an extra little piece of environment, an extra something, all of those things can definitely help to give us a better context of who she is and what she's doing. Would the judges are going to give us feedback too? No. So the judges are not going to be able to do feedback like what I'm doing right now. It would require a lot of time from them, and I don't want to, of course, ask that from them just freely, right? However, what they will do is they will score. Like, they will use the rubric to score the points. Remember, there are 5 categories that they're going to be evaluating. The beauty render, the technical renders, the creativity, the design, the story, and there was one more, can't remember right now. So those scores will be freely available. I will publish the Google Docs link with all of the scores from all of the judges, so that you can see, or, well, not you specifically, but anyone who gets to the top 30 of the submissions will be able to see how much they scored on each of the categories. No, they're not mysterious. I've shown the judges before today here. So, judge number 1, Chris Silva, senior 3D character artist, a good friend of mine. He was one of the first artists I met on the first job that I had, so I've been following him for a long time, and he's going to be helping us with the judging panel this time around. So that's judge number 1. Judge number 2, Ips Dave Paget. He's a senior character concept artist. I actually took a mentorship with him earlier this year. Amazing teacher and amazing artist. He's really good at design principles, at how to construct a character that really resonates with people. So he is going to be an invaluable judge too. We have, of course, Franny Turner from our friends at Marmoset. Now, Franny, this is an interesting case because she's not only going to be part of the judges, but actually the whole Marmoset team is going to be looking at the top 30 competitions, and they're gonna both as a sort of like what's the word? Like a group. I'm not sure exactly what the word is, but the full like Marmoset Toolback team, represented by Franny Turner, are going to be part of the judges. And then we have, of course, our good friend Labras Paunosis. We've worked with him before. He's an amazing concept artist as well. It's thanks to him that we have the amazing 3D hand-painted course. He's going to be another one. He's got great eyes, especially for like stylized and more like animated characters. He's a great judge here. And last but not least, our good friend Ian Robinson from ZBrush. He is one of the ZBrush trainers. He goes all around the world to studios, to schools, to a bunch of different events. I met him at GDC, and I invited him to be one of the judges. So he is going to be another one of the amazing judges. Those are the 5 judges that we're going to have. Okay? Let's go to the next one, the Silent Fawn. Oh, wow. This is a really complex one. A lot of stuff going on as well. The face looks a little bit weird, though. Again, another unbalanced position. You can see, again, the pit of the neck falling behind the legs. So you probably want to change the center of balance there, Stefa, so that we can have that. When are we going to have a prop environment contest? I think the next one is definitely going to be either prop or environment. I think we definitely need to change things a little bit around because we've been doing a lot of character stuff. So yeah, I think that's going to be a good one. This is Acantha, the Royal Academy Gardener. Nice. See, this is a good example. Even though I don't agree with the fact that we have a lot of empty space over here and nothing happening, this is a good example on how to use composition to drive the eye specifically to where we want to see, which is, well, in this case, the character, right? So this one right here is definitely more successful than some of the others that we've seen. Good sculpt as well. Oh, I like this. I like this, like, breakdowns. Rows, vines, buds. So she is part plant, it seems. It's pretty cool. Nice. Good stuff there, Artem. Good stuff. The Fallen Oath. Okay, this is a very classic sort of like knight. Gives me a lot of like Dark Souls vibes. Good construction here. Yeah, good stuff. I do feel the shot that you picked for the beauty render misses the sword a little bit. Like, those are the cases where I have this this like dust blower. Those are the cases where you don't want the prop to be facing, for instance, in this case, straight into the camera. So if I do, let me go full camera real quick. So if I'm a character and I do something like this, you guys can't see what this is, right? Like, you can probably guess what this is, but you can't really see it because the perspective of this thing is matching perfectly with the perspective of the camera. So that's where you move things around a little bit so that it's clear. The silhouette and the communication on the element, it's clear so that we can see what's going on. Okay. So whenever you have characters with props or elements, you want to make sure that those are clear. Because right now, as you can see, this just looks like I don't know, like even like a little bit of magic or something. If we don't know that this is a sword, it's going to be very difficult to appreciate that. Let's go to this one now. Silo, sacrificed Childs of Infamy. Oh my god, we're going dark now. We're going really dark right now. It's a good render. Really, like, placing the focus on the character there. Kevin Adams. Nice. I love the gesture on the hands. Only advice, again, with this kind of stuff, gravity. Always think about gravity. So if this thing is tilting forward, we want these things to be completely straight down. And I think we also missed that here. Yeah. So anything that hangs, ropes, pieces of fabric, I don't know, cords, whatever, you always want to make things go with gravity. But it's a good sculpt, man. Love the detail, love the definition on the wood, love the definition on the metals, the skin. Really nice, man. Really, really nice. Really sad, though, but really nice. Yeah, exactly. Really emotional. Sophia Moros, the governess. Oh, wow. Nice. It's a very interesting sci-fi one. Really sort of like cyberpunkish. Nice, nice. Now, this is again one of those situations where I think we're adding too many pieces. Like, I'm not sure we really need this like satellite and this like things. I know it might be important for the story, but it's always, remember that story-wise, sometimes you want to leave the audience with a little bit of a question, right? Like, you want them to ask the question so that you can continue to tell them about the story that you have in mind. And visually speaking, this might make the whole thing look a little bit too busy, right? But this is a very ambitious one, and it seems like you solved a lot of stuff with texturing, which is really, really cool. It's really nice that you were able to solve it with texturing. Yeah, good stuff. With stuff here with Sophia Moros, the governess. Nameless Force Soldier. Hey, nice. Alien creatures. I love alien creatures. These are more like bug creatures. That looks like a rhino, a bug, and this looks like an ant. That looks like, I don't know, something different. Again, I feel like we're going a little bit too heavy on the post-processing and on the effects. And be careful with this kind of like compositions as well, because we don't know who the main character is supposed to be, right? All of them have almost the exact same visual weight on the scene. So of course I'm kind of leaning to this guy being the main guy. However, it can be a little bit difficult sometimes to tell if all of them have the exact same piece, which is what they do in posters, right? So for instance, Spider-Man poster, floating heads. I personally don't love the floating head posters. I feel like they can be a little bit too busy sometimes. But the reason why there's a specific visual hierarchy to the size of the head is to tell us how important each person is in the story, right? So in this particular case, of course, Tom Holland and the other two Spider-Mans are the biggest heads because they are the ones that are the most important to the stories. And Ned, for instance, or some of the other guys right here, due to credits and whatever, they need to be there, but they don't need to be as big as some of the other characters. So this is another one right here, right? So we got Spider-Man, Zendaya, the Hulk, like, yeah, like they do spoil a little bit of the story, all right? But you can immediately tell who the main character is and who the secondary characters are, opposed to something like this where because of the weight, visual weight of all of them, it can be a little bit difficult to tell. Let's go to the next one. This is Bob. Oh, Bob, this is very creepy, man. Very creepy call to adventure, an abducted baby. I mean, it's creepy. It can definitely be interesting. I do feel like him or her being a baby is difficult to justify as the main character that's gonna start the adventure, because it's just what's the word? It's just like there's not enough things that have developed on this character's life for him to be conscious enough, and we did mention that as one of the things that a character needs in order to be the hero or the villain of the story, consciousness. So I don't necessarily think he could be that. We're not gonna disqualify him necessarily, but I'm just letting you know that that makes a difficult case for the character, right? Then we got Globo the Brave. I love this. He's seen some shit, right? He's like, oh my god, what am I getting myself into? I like this one. Yeah, good stuff, man. Fun character. Really fun. And the expression, I love the expression. Lady Evelyn, the Spellblade. Nice. Reminds me a little bit of Belle from Beauty and the Beast, right? Like she's got this kind of like book smart character type of vibes, but now mixing it with this brave attitude. There was a Disney game that they did. What was it? I think it was a mobile game. Disney mobile game. Or I guess it's Lorcana, isn't it? No, it was another one. Warrior Princesses. There were some really interesting concepts. Yeah, there you go. Mirrorverse. That's the one. Mirrorverse. So Mirrorverse, I never played it. I'm not sure if it's still on or not. But it was an interesting take on the universe, because most of the characters had like a, there we go, like a more fantasy what's the word? Fantasy warrior type of vibe, right? Like Ariel there with her like armor and everything. Again, I never played it, and I think it was like a gacha game, so I wasn't really interested in it. But I like the designs. The designs were pretty good, and it kind of reminds me of that. So good stuff. Good stuff. Definitely could use a little bit more cleanliness on some of the forms and some of the textures, but I like what you went for. I just think, like, for instance, the sword looks way too big, or like maybe the armor core set looks a little bit too big for her. I'm not sure if it's the, I think it's the angle, because here on the sculpt it doesn't look that bad, but yeah. No, it was not Overwatch. It was different. It was I think it was more like a gacha game, like RPG kind of thing. Globo is one of the most captivating. Yeah, definitely, right? It was like, oh my god, I didn't ask for this. Yohuali, priestess of Mictlantecutli. I'm a Mexican and I can't even pronounce that. My god. Mictlantecutli? That's a tough one. Nice. Nice, nice. Interesting. An older character. We haven't had many older characters so far. Yeah. Good, good. I like the flowing cloths. I feel like we could add a little bit, again, more texture variation, frayed edges, a little bit of dirt maybe, something to break up some of the elements. But other than that, it's an interesting character. It was like Raid Shadow Rangers. Yeah, I think so. It was one of those. Naya, the Thunder Despair. Okay, I'm gonna open up this one first. Okay. Very interesting sort of like pin-up pose. Huge weapon again. Very MOBA-like. I was a little bit worried well, here's the thing. I'm going to mention this, right? Like her skin tone, she's got like a darker skin tone, and then her suit is also very close to her skin tone. This can easily be confused by like nudity, right? I know that was not your intention. I'm just letting you know that you got to be careful. There was like several memes years ago when people were using like skin color leggings, and it looked like they were naked, like going in Walmart and things like that. It's like just be careful there. I'll probably either make the suit a little bit lighter or a little bit darker so that you don't have that issue, so that it's not that close to the skin tone. But it's really good, man. Like this is really, really good forms, really good like silhouette, really good anatomy, like really clean like construction here on the sculpt. Good character. Yeah, it's a really intense weapon. Really, really intense weapon. Beyond the Attic. Yeah, another like 2D painted style. Yeah, I like it. An artist struggling. Hopefully not with her inner fears like we do. She's too young for that. Cool stuff, man. That's another fun one. Again, maybe a little bit of a change in expression. She looks way too calm to be to being attacked by what's the word, by this octopus things. So maybe either angry or more brave, like a little bit more with a little bit more initiative, or maybe scared, right? Expressions are always helpful for character constructions. Survive. This is experiment 008. Yeah, it's really interesting. Another slime character, like the one we got earlier, right? Pretty interesting. Interesting approach. The only thing I would recommend for this one is play a little bit more with like this surface stuff, man. I'm not sure where you rendered this, but she could benefit really, really nicely from surface scattering, right? Because right now it looks like a glossy glass sort of thing. Here, let me show you. Let me do, well, just a sphere, right? So most softwares nowadays, especially or including Marmoset here, you can just turn on this thing called transmission, right? And if you turn the refraction transmission on, you're gonna get this, like a glassy thing, or a glassy like element. And if we were to multiply this a couple of times, as you can see, we're going to get like more interaction between the blobs. Now, you of course need to change the roughness. So in this case, I'm going to make the roughness a little bit less rough so that it's more shiny. And very importantly, you do need ray tracing. So when you turn on ray tracing, now this thing's actually going to start behaving like actual jelly or jello. Right now, because these are just spheres, like we don't get so many interesting shapes. But imagine if we had the model that you have, like all of this like shapes on the arm and the blobs here, the ink elements. So all of those things, it would be a very easy way to make the whole thing look a little bit more interesting. So definitely try and see if you could like do a render with this thing and make the slime look more like a gummy bear sort of thing, right? Like jello, rather than just like a glossy material. Road Bunny. Hey, nice. Love her expression. Good stuff on the hair. Really creepy thing there on the rabbit head. Good. It's clean presentation. After the end of the world, a girl who they called the Road Bunny carved out a life for herself. Once an ordinary college student, she became a roadside trader. Easily recognized by her trademark bunny hat pose, now she sits exhausted, tending to her wounds. She was jumped. What went wrong? They took everything, leaving her with only her cloths on her back. Staring into the distance, she began exploring the long road to revenge. I would probably, like, if that's the case, like if she just got robbed, I would probably add a little bit more damage to her, especially the cloth, like maybe a little bit more cloth damage or dirt, just to indicate that she just came out of a battle. But other than that, looks good. Oh, wow. This is another cool one, man. Very creepy. Oh, dude. Like in a post-apocalyptic world, you don't want to meet this guy, right? Look at that. Nice, man. Nice. Yeah, like it. Good stuff. Definitely a creepy dude. Tony G. Good stuff, man. Yeah, very Mad Max-ish. Definitely Mad Max-ish. Yeah, good stuff, Tony Tony has participated on some of the other competitions as well. Good stuff right there. And we got Igura Al Ghul. Nice. I like the pose. I like the presentation here. I do feel like the arm is a little bit too bulky, like way too intense. Not saying that you can't have an arm like that. Just saying that maybe you wanna like this is something interesting. And again, this is where it sort of like goes against common ideas that people have. If you look at a bodybuilder female character, right? One thing that tends to happen in bodybuilder females is that the breast area becomes reduced. Why? Because one part of the breast area is fat. And when they get really lean and really strong, that fat is one of the first things that goes away, right? So when women get really bulky, really athletic, usually the breast tissue tends to get reduced. Because again, they're losing fat. I hate the fact that there's so much AI stuff nowadays. But anyway, so right now, the breast area on this character seems to be a little bit too much for her physique, right? So you might not expect to see as much of that as what we see right here. Good. Gura Abgul. Nice. Let's go to the next one. Thief of Morning Melody. Hey, nice. Another fun animal character. Is it like a gecko? And we also are doing hand-painted style. Again, values. Values is going to be my feedback with this one. Maybe they're fake. Yeah, that could be a case, right? It's values. They're just like very similar all the way around. So the values that we have on the skin, the values that we have on the claw, the values that we have on a bunch of the other elements, they're very close together. And that's one thing that you can very easily tell when we jump into the clay render, right? When we have a clay render, and this is again one of the reasons why I ask for the clay render, is so that we can appreciate the forms without being distracted by the colors. Because when you're learning about color theory, if you don't apply it properly, it can get to a position where it's a little bit difficult to really what's the word, to really appreciate all of the different details. Okay, so yeah, I like the fly right there, or the bee. Like the idea is great. Like this bard character, it's amazing. Great idea. Even like those like eyes right there, like that. There's good storytelling here. Machiavelli. Good name as well. The Silent Judge. Nice. Dusty. There you go. Really good technical showcase here, man. Ow. Top-notch model. Top-notch details. Top-notch texturing. Top-notch rendering as well. Like this is why a good render helps medals so much, right? If you have a good light scenario or light situation and you have medals, you can really see some really cool results. If the light is wrong, either the medals look way too overblown or they look way too soft, right? In this case, perfect balance. And I can see you're here on the chat. Congratulations, man. Great armor. Great character. Even the face there looks quite nice. Nice. Tell you guys, Marmoset. Marmoset is the way to go. And it's not just because they're our sponsors right now. It's also because it's really just that amazing of a software. Great stuff, man. Great stuff. Is this game ready, Dusty? Since you're here in the chat, could you answer that? I'm just wondering. Like, it's not like it's gonna add or remove any more points. Like, this is a great piece. I'm just wondering if this is game ready optimized or if this is just for like presentation purposes. But great stuff, man. Great character. Great character. Now we go with Morris. Nice. Interesting. Yes, it's game ready. Awesome. Glad to know that. Again, a little bit of muddy colors. I know you're going again for the hand-painted style. You have really good forms. Really clean construction of this character, this aquatic character. I like it. I just feel that because of this muddy colors, especially here on the gold, we're losing a little bit of that information. And it's becoming a little bit difficult to read. But good one. I like it. Very, again, another. It reminds me a lot of Ori and the Blind Forest, right? But really good character as well. Really nice. Emma. That's my kid's name as well. Her name is Emma. There you go. Good stuff. Now we go with Mingshu. Oh, wow. Really good stuff on this one again. Hand-painted style. Nice colors. Love it. Very sad. She's like a slave or something because of the rope. Good stuff, man. You did a great job on the painting on this one. Great job. Very cinematic. Love it. Not much to say about this. The emotion, everything. Just great. Yep. Awesome textures. Awesome textures. Why did you pick Emma name for your kid? I've always liked that name, to be honest. My wife also really liked that name, so it was actually very easy to decide. It was one of like the top like options that we had, and then I was like, yeah, I like it. It's a simple, pretty name. I don't know. I like it. Stripe, the zebra jumping spider. Hey, another cute character here. Nice. Great construction there. Great construction. I love the colors. Actually, the zebra colors look very interesting. Cool stuff. Yeah, it's good. It's very original as well. I don't like spiders. I wouldn't say I have arachnophobia or anything, but I don't like them. but this one's nice. It's fun. Oh, you know what? Wait a second. Am I wrong? Spider-Man. Spider. Okay, so this might just be a nitpicky thing, but spiders are supposed to have 8 legs, right? So maybe add another set of legs. Could be another a good option there. Because I think six legs is like a bug instead of a spider. I am just being pedantic there. But there you go, Mechanic. Yeah, good stuff, man. Very fun character. Another one that I could definitely see on like a platformer game or something like that. Very fun. The Knight of Protocolia. Ah, interesting. So this is like a inside of the computer thing. Like he keeps your firewalls protected. That's an interesting story. I think that this is one of the most unique ones we've seen so far. The night is mine. This is just my streamer account. That's fine, Mimerdon. Happy to see you here. This is fun, man. Again, if you're going for the hand-painted style, we need to be careful about how we paint the values and everything. But I like the idea. Really cool idea. Yeah, I agree, Mechanic. Like, I think 8 legs might make the silhouette too bulky. I think it's fine. Soragi! You actually did a good job here, man. But, I mean, I'm not sure. No, yeah, you're gonna have to be disqualified from the community vote. Because it's supposed to be an original character, man. Not a fan art. You did a good job. I mean, it's definitely looking like Illidan. Some of your forms and proportions and everything are looking quite nice. Rendering can definitely be improved a little bit more, especially this character right here. Like, you did such a good job on the Illidan that I think this character is just hurting you. Same for the stone. And this is where I tell you guys, try not to... Like, if you're going to be doing something, if you're going to be committing to doing something, make sure that you commit to doing every single part of the process to the same level of quality, right? Because right now, this guy and this rock are making the other piece look less impactful. So this looks way better, right? Like, just a character like this looks way better than having that, like, extra character and stuff. So be careful with that. You are not prepared. Now we go with the Queen of Necromancy. Okay. I'm gonna be honest. The first impression that I got, it looked a little bit AI-ish, but now that I see the wireframes, okay, I'm a little bit more, chill. This looks really good, man. This looks very nice. I think you did a good job with this one. I do feel that you were a little bit of a victim from this like mobile game renders that we see very often, right? It looks like that, unfortunately. I don't want to say it looks cheap, but it's just the hyper detail on the skeletons and like the fog, the details, everything. It's taking me in the wrong direction mentally and making me relate this to, again, like the mobile games AI slop that we see. But I can see here that it seems like you did do the full workflow nicely. So So it's maybe just like a color grading decision or a little bit of that like information that might need some work to be improved. But it's a strong character. It's just, do you guys agree, or maybe I'm just like wrong here, which can be perfectly valid. I just feel like it looks like those like mobile fantasy games, right? Mobile fantasy games. Maybe you work in the industry and you do that kind of stuff. Yeah, like Raid Shadow Legends and that kind of stuff. Like it's giving me that sort of like hyper polished, contrasty, intense vibe. Yeah, like this kind of stuff, right? Where everything just looks like super polished, like this, right? But anyway, like if we ignore that, like I'm gonna try to just like focus on the character and not ignore the background right now. It looks very good. Like I think you did a great job on the textures, on the elements, everything. Like this will be one of those cases where I actually want to jump into like an ArtStation post and see more of the breakdowns that you did for the character. Yeah. You know what? Oh no, I know what it is. I think I know what it is. And if you're in the chat, let me know if I'm right or wrong. I think, my friend, and this is, by the way, this is valid. This was part of the it was allowed on the competition. I think you did a paint over, didn't you? I feel like you did a paint over, because a lot of like this texture and stuff, it looks like it's like overlaid on top of Photoshop. Like I think you did a lot of like Photoshop work. For instance, the texture here on the boot, it looks like it's like an overlaid texture, rather than like a PBR texture. Again, correct me if I'm wrong. I could be wrong, but it sort of like gives me that vibe that it was like. And when you do that, when you overpaint, or when you paint on top of a 3D mesh, it tends to have this sort of like look, which again, it's not wrong. It's used all the time in the industry. I'm not saying like it's cheating or anything. I'm just saying that it gives a very specific look. So it might be that. It might be that. Anyway, it's still a good piece. It's still a really good piece. Really, really strong proportions. Really good design. I like it. Very fantasy vibe. Go with the sculpture. Nice. I like this one as well. This one looks nice. Good. Maybe just missing a little bit of texture in some of the other parts of the character, but I like the idea behind this character. See, like a necromancer type of thing, right? A call to adventure, sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. Download now. Yeah, I like this one. Good piece. Nice. An Oni. I love Onis. Roger Damley with this Oni character. Cool. I feel like the eyes are a little bit too close together, proportion-wise. I was actually talking to this with one of my students during, I'm not sure if it was this week or last week. It was last week. So we were going over like face proportions and things like that, and I told him that usually when we think about face proportions, we are taught like the Loomis method, right? Like this one right here, where there's a specific distance between the eyes. You can fit 5 eyes, the thirds of the face, like all that kind of stuff, right? But then you go in the real world and you see people with way different like proportions, like this Dudley cousin actor. This guy, right? What's his name? Harry Melling. So Harry Melling has got a very interesting face, and his eyes are really close to each other, right? He's got a very sort of like just the proportions of his face are not following what we normally learn when we're learning about proportions. So there's nothing wrong about this. Like in this case, for instance, the eyes are really close together. However, I can tell you from experience that directors and clients, that's one of the things that they're going to point out. It's like, oh, the eyes are really close together, aren't they? Because we are used to a like standard like canon of beauty or whatever, and if we deviate from that, like that's one of the first things people notice. This is a good one, man. I like it. Good one, strong one. I'm wondering, did you follow like the Oni course as you were doing this character right here, or did you do it on your own? Like that would be a good question to ask our good friend Roger here, right? Because he's definitely has some things that we do similar on the Oni course, and it's fine. Like that's great. Halvar Vein Liate. Nice. Oh my god, this is a really cool one, man. Wow. Carlos, congrats, man. Another great one here. Great detail on the props. Love the sort of like stone-like features of this character. I've seen concepts like this. Like, this is not like a I mean, it's a very unique take on this concept, but I've seen dwarfs before that follow this sort of like profile or like stone thing. So, oh, Roger, you're here. Awesome. It says I did the Oni course a year ago. There you go. Hopefully it help you with this product as well. But this is really cool, man. I love this. Really, really original. Great sculpt. Look at that. I'm gonna give you a medal just for having this beautiful freaking material or UVs, man. Amazing UVs, man. Great UV. So this is actually game ready. This is a game ready character. So good, man. Nice. Another hats off there. The circle in the neck. Yeah, like this thing right here. Yeah. Like that visual sort of like difference from like smooth traditional like human features to this like super bizarre stone like elements. Yeah. It's great. I would love to have a game either play as this character or fight this character. It will be just like an amazing one. Yeah, exactly. Like this is 2020 technical points, because just like the use of the tools, the details, the UVs, everything is just so good. Nice. Good stuff, man. Almost there, guys. Probably one more hour. Hopefully a little bit less than that, because I'm already getting quite hungry. This is Courageous Mouse by Noxcapes. Another stylized character. Really clean textures on this one. Really clean, really cute as well. Yeah, I agree. Great sculpt. Clean and everything. Only little, again, advice, the lightness of the images, especially on presentation renders. We tend to make things way too dark, and we don't need to. Look at this. I've shown this like example so many times before. If you opened your image and you opened your levels and you see your histogram and you have barely any light over on this side, that means your image is too dark, in my opinion. This is of course a subjective thing. Some people like this sort of like approach, but personally I think that we benefit more from just like illuminating things a little bit more, right? So personally, I feel something like this is more visually appealing and visually interesting than something like this. See that? And it's just a matter of changing the light or the distribution of our light in our image. So great stuff, man. Great stuff for this little courageous mouse. Oh wow, one looks really good, man. Love the shot as well. There's a couple of things there on the claw that I would like fix or adjust. But the face, I think you did a good job. First, I thought, like, when you see the thumbnail, that looks really realistic, right? Like, really, really realistic. Love the rest of the uniform. Love the best. See, do we miss that? Oh, no, we do see a little bit of the buttons and stuff. Yeah, man. Who's this? Sensex. Great stuff, man. Love this cowboy. Really reminds me of Red Dead Redemption. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. This is the Bloodstained Guardian Archangel. Nice. By Hundef YouTube. Good. There's definitely construction things that we need to work on, especially on the wings. There are specific anatomy things that wings follow, specific size of the feathers and stuff like that. And again, as I mentioned earlier, that's one of the things that you should always do. So if you look for wingspan anatomy, right, you should find stuff like this. Just copy this. You don't need to come up with how wings are made. The answer is right here. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with copying this information. So you build each individual, like you did that, right? Like you build a bunch of different variations for the feathers, but you didn't do it following a specific order. You just place them on the specific area where you imagine them to be, when you could have just, again, grabbed one of these diagrams right here and and just wing it. Not wing it, like actually follow this process, right? One of the best things that we can do as artists is just follow what nature has already solved for us. There's absolutely no need to reinvent the wheel in that sense. Just copy this diagram right here, match the wings, and your wing is gonna look a lot nicer. You can simplify it, of course. Like, you don't need as many, let's say, primary wings right here or feathers. You can just have like a half of them if you want to keep it a little bit more stylized. But if you follow this sort of like principle right here and you extrapolate this information, that's how you get something that looks a little bit more realistic and stronger. Raider Bob. Nice. I like the composition. Again, we can probably get it a little bit closer. Very Mad Max style. Again, careful with the poses. Guys, do the pose. Like, you do the pose. Literally, like, set your phone on a table or on a chair or whatever and record yourself doing the pose. And you're going to see how your body balances out, because this feels very stiff, very, very intense. Like, do the actual pose, like actually act it out. There's absolutely nothing wrong. You don't need to show anyone that video. Just use it for yourself. But it's a very good way to get an idea of whether or not a pose or a specific position for a character is working. Oh, nice. Another sort of like a scarecrow thing. The Man at the End of the Road by Datura. Love the sculpt, man. Another sort of like Western character here, but with like the scarecrow. We have a lot of scarecrows or like a constructs this time around, which is really interesting. And this is really cool as well. Really strong piece. Nice. Yeah, good stuff, this one. Man at the End of the Road. Okay. Purple Rain. Interesting. We've mentioned this feedback before. I think we are, again, having a similar issue where there's too many things happening, right? So we have the halo, we have this like tendrils on her face, we have extra arms on the torso. It's just a little bit too much, my friend, a little bit too much. And because it's a little bit too much, yeah, look at this. It's just like way, look at this, man. Oh my God, it's very original. I applaud that. But again, from even from a rigging perspective, like if you show this to a rigger, they're gonna kill you, man. Because look at that. You have 2 arms going forward, 2 arms going backward. There's one head here that would need to be rigged. There's another head right here. This head had like tendrils going down. There's like 2 more tendrils here on the top. There's like this horn-like things. 2 eels on the shoulder pads. And then like more tendrils here on the back. So design requires constraint. This is very important. You cannot just add every single thing that you want, because it's just, it makes no sense. It looks just like crazy, and it makes it very difficult for someone to properly understand what's going on with your creation. So there has to be some restraint. Yes, it's always cool to do like this, keep bashing things every now and then and get something interesting, but good design does require a little bit of restraint and a hierarchy of where and why we're going to be placing certain elements, okay? Kepka says, I'm rigging door as I listen to you in the background, and yeah, it's already a nightmare to rig anything. And yeah, exactly. Like, if rigging is already complex and complicated, rigging something with so many different pieces, it's gonna be just like even worse. Patricio, that's a great question. He's asking, when we're dealing with that like lightness and darkness thing that we were mentioning here, should we do that on the rendering engine, or should we do that inside of Photoshop? I recommend trying to get as close as possible in the render engine, because that's gonna give you like your final image. But if you can't, then post-processing is always an option. And most softwares nowadays, again, Maya, Blender, Unreal, even Marmoset, they have post-process options where you can change and modify these things, even if you can't get the lights to give you exactly what you need. Jiraiya, the Forgotten King. Hey, nice. Definitely forms and like structure on the face are missing. A little bit of anatomy. For instance, here when you bend the arm, this is very important. When you bend the arm, you get a very sort of like straight angle on the elbow. You see that right there? And right now he's bending the arm, and we're getting like a very like soft curvature. We don't want that. We need this kind of like sharp silhouette effect happening, and that has to do with posing. Sometimes what I do, especially with like portfolio pieces, is I'll rig the character, I'll pose it, and then if I see I'm missing that, I'll just move like the vertices or the faces and sculpt the character in pose to make sure that I get exactly the kind of like detail and silhouette that I want. Good. Okay, next one. Alex, the fool for duels. Hey, nice. A gesture. Definitely need to work, Chuni boy. congratulations on being part of this contest. I'm glad that you participated, but I can see a lot of like structural things that we need to address in terms of proportions. Like for instance, this arm is way too long in terms of the forms, and I know you know this, right? Like this is why I don't. It's not that I don't like giving this advice, but I feel like it can feel a little bit too mean sometimes to criticize a work that I know everyone knows needs more fundamental work, right? So I like the idea, I like the gesture, I even like the colors. I think these are very, very fun colors. Here's what I would recommend: keep this image, Alex, or no, you're not Alex, you're Chunibyo. So keep this image, my friend. Keep this image, and then in 3 years, after you've learned a lot of the tools that you are going to be learning as you grow as a 3D artist, do it again. Like try doing the exact same character one more time, and you're gonna see how much you've improved as an artist. These characters are great for that, to see and compare how you've grown as an artist. Okay, now we go with Dugrok, the Remaker. Nice, another very interesting character here. I've seen this type of like things on some like games. Good stuff. It's like an orc. I feel on this one, my friend, Tom, you might be missing a little bit more texturing work. Like, especially the skin and the gold, they look way too simple or too flat. We can add a little bit more visual interest there. Yeah, I listen to yeah. So arm is difficult because it changes as you bend it, and it changes as you rotate it. So when you rotate the arm around, there's going to be changes on how the muscles like interact. Like the muscles don't change place, right? But the volumes and the forms, they do change a little bit. So yeah, forearm is definitely one of those tricky parts. Hashimori. Hey, this is very clean, man. Good job on the face. Wondering if you use like MetaHuman or something like that, which again was allowed. Good job on the face, and the presentation very clean as well. Nice. I might just add a little bit more dirt on some of the garments because they look a little bit too clean, but great stuff. See how simple it is to have a clean presentation, guys? Having this thing right here, having just these little bits of like stone and dirt, just that is more than enough to allow you to integrate this into a very simple environment. That's it. It just looks very clean, very professional, right? That's the kind of stuff that we want to see. Great construction here. And again, Marmoset, the presentation king. Silvaria, the explorer. Nice. Yeah, really cute character. Good job. I again, like this is where you need to be careful about things, right? So for instance, I have this air freshener, right? So this air freshener is not heavy. It's, I don't know, how many grams? 400 grams, right? I can easily hold it like this as if it was a telescope, right? And it's not gonna generate any weight on my arms. Like I can keep my arms like very relatively simple, and I'm gonna be able to use it. But the telescope that she is holding is really, or seems to be really, really heavy, and she's holding it very, very softly. We gotta be careful with those type of like situations when posing, because when you do that, it removes the weight of the element. And unless it's like a magical device that weighs nothing, you're gonna have issues with that. So I really like the design of this character. It's just that final pose, it just, I would like to see a little bit more weight on the pose of her holding the telescope. But yeah, like her character design, really, really good. Reminds me a little bit of like Genshin Impact, right? Like that kind of like anime-ish style. So good. A little bit more realistic. A little bit more cartoonish. Maybe not Genshin. What other game is similar to this? Final Fantasy, maybe? I don't know. But it's a good design. And I love the fact that everything's constructed very, very properly. So on the technical side of things, I can see that you know your stuff. It's just that. It's just like a very small detail there on the weight on the pose to make it feel a little bit more, you know, a little bit more grounded. Nice. A modern day shinobi. This looks cool, man. Like a sort of like a RoboCop kind of guy. Ricto, this is very nice. Good. I feel we're missing a little bit of muscle right there on the legs to go with the overall like strong body this character has. This is very cool. Like I could see a game again about this character. You did a good job here on the composition. I think you took it to just the right level to really showcase the character. You are doing the silhouette stuff that we talked about, so it's very clear that there's a gun, there's a sword, there's a futuristic aspect. Really cool, this one, my friend. Really nice. Catania. Oh, wow. It's a really unique character. What is it based on? It's a small. It's kind of like a frog. So this is not very common in terms of legs. Actually, this is even better to showcase that. I don't think I've seen too many of this, to be honest. So when we're dealing with anatomy, there's something that we call comparative anatomy, where we compare the anatomy of animals and humans, for instance. And this that you're doing right here is usually referred to as a trilateral leg. So in a human, here, let me show you why I find this to be a little bit not concerning. It's just very unique. Doesn't mean that you can't do this. It just means that it's a little bit interesting. So usually in a human, we have the upper leg, and then we have the lower leg, and then we have the heel, right? And then we have the foot. That's a human leg usually. So when we do a trilateral character, for instance, a horse, or well, not horses, because horses are like under tibitos, but like, I don't know, like a lion or dog, right? You draw the leg. Similarly, you do like or let's say we are doing like the Halo elites, right? So you're gonna have the upper leg, and then you're gonna have the lower leg. You're gonna have the ankle. And then what you see going towards the ground, it's actually the metatarsals, right? The long parts of the fingers. And then you have the fingers. Like this. That's usually the way it's done. So the only issue that I have with this is the fact that we have like an extra connection here at the bottom section. So instead of connecting this, which would be the metatarsals, to the fingers, you're connecting it directly to like a wrist. And then we have more metatarsals, and then we have the fingers. So you're adding an extra section here that's not very common. I don't think, like, not even like crickets have that. I think cricket leg. Yeah, see, so even cricket legs, as you can see right here, it's like the first section, and then the second section, and then the little fingers. So it's 3 divisions. So I don't think I've seen a creature with this many. Oh, where's it? With this many divisions. There was one Neville page designed this with Cloverfield, right? And again, that's why it can be done. You just need to be smart about it. So no, see, like not even here. So even here on this Cloverfield monster, on the legs themselves, he's not adding an extra like articulation. It's leg, and then lower leg, and then all of the metatarsals, maybe a little bit right there, and then the wrist. I guess it can be done. Yeah, I mean, just keep in mind that it's a very weird connection, right? And especially if you show this to a rigger, they're gonna have to, again, like really think about how to properly rig that stuff so that they have the full control of all of those things. And then it becomes even more complicated to animate, because it's just like a very complex like connection right there. Okay. Other than that, I would recommend taking a look at some of, again, like noise and the textures. Like we have really intense, like we already have a really complex silhouette, and then on top of that we have a really complex like pattern. It's either one or the other. So if you have really complex silhouette, usually colors and materials are going to be a lot simpler. And if you have really complex materials, then usually silhouette is going to be a little bit simpler. It's again, it's a balancing act. It's a really interesting character there, Bill. Really interesting. Now we go with Aldrich Warhoof by Solid Mango. Another centaur. We've seen like 2 or 3 centaurs, I think. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Anatomy is quite correct. We have like the muscles where they need to be. There might be a little bit more definition that I would like to see on the horse's like elements, but I like the shoulder pads. I like the staff horns. Nice clay render. Yeah, clean clay render. Yeah, good stuff, man. Yeah, this is really good. Like the proportions on the face and the torso, everything, they look quite nice. So congrats on this one. Like, I know you've worked hard as well. Solid Mango's another member of our community. He's worked hard for several years now on improving his craft. And comparing this to the last submission that you did for the last competition, the improvement is quite nice. So congratulations on that, my friend. Now we go with Yeva. Oh my god, another very complex one here. See, the sculpt looks really nice. Almost looks like a collectible. Yeah, the ZBrush sculpt is really nice. I feel like on the rendering side of things, we missed the mark a little bit. It doesn't look as sharp or as clean as what we see here. I can even see like a little bit of, I'm not sure if it's like a denoiser issue where there's like some of the fireflies that we sometimes get, or if this is something that you added on top. I'll be a little bit more careful there just to make this look a little bit better. But the details, yeah, are pretty cool. Thank you, Luna, for the follow. Good stuff on that one, Biko. Dreamcatcher. Oh, man. It's a really creepy guy right there. Cool. I like the integration with the scene. I do feel that we could see a little bit more of the character on the beauty render and forms, right? Especially like when you're dealing with a character that has a lot of fat or a body complexity that is really big in this case, you gotta be careful about where the folds are, how the mass shifts, because there is a shift, right? So again, reference. I don't want to show like super graphical things right now, but if you look at like BMI, right, like the body mass index, and you take a look at a male BMI, you will start seeing how that changes the body proportions, right? So depending on how much fat and volume that the person has, things will shift. The center of gravity even shifts a little bit lower, a little bit forward, because of all of the belly fat that you can accumulate here on the front part. So that's the kind of reference that we need to look for. And a very important thing that happens, you can see it here on this reference, there's stretching, right? Like this mass, like the full belly here, will push and pull things down. So a very common thing that I see when people are doing fat characters is that they just add the volume, but they don't add like those folds and those like stretchy effects. I remember in The Hobbit, the Goblin King, they did such a good job with this character. So creepy, right? So if you look at the film and you look at all of the details that went into creating this character, he looks like a big fat character, right? Like really intense, and you can see all of that information. Okay. Yeah, actually, if we go back to this one, a little bit of surface scattering might be missing as well. Yeah. Depika, Beyond the Gates. Nice. Simple character. I would add a little bit more complexity to some of the props and the textures on this one, Alexa. I like the storytelling on this scene. Like, it definitely seems like she's following this like magical thing. And it seems to me that you're also on the early stages of your 3D career, which is great. I actually like this one as well. This composition looks not bad. So just keep pushing. And especially on the texturing side of things, remember to add a little bit more variation, right? Like, we don't want things, for instance, here the cloth, it's just green all around. I see a little bit of yellow in certain areas, but maybe adding like a little bit of texture or something just to break it up a little bit more. Same for the skin. Almost there, guys. Almost there. We're at the final countdown. I know it's very late for some of you on the other side of the world, so I'm gonna try to accelerate a little bit here on this final stretch. Okay. So this is Fenrik the Ashen, another very Dark Souls vibe style character. Pretty cool. Great sculpt, man. Sculpt is very nice. Really good. I would recommend give it another pass at the rendering, not necessarily the textures, because the textures actually look quite nice. I think the rendering just went way too blue, and because the armor is also very blue, it's sort of like blending with the background. So I would probably keep the background a little bit warmer if the character is a little bit more blue. But this looks very nice, man. Hopefully you did the full like production, you know, like high poly, low poly stuff, because this is a perfect portfolio piece. Like, the amount of detail on this character is really freaking good. So good stuff, man. Good stuff. It's really okay. Awesome. That's great to hear. It's great to hear that it is a real-time character, because this is this is top-notch stuff as well. Like, this is really good level for your portfolio. Let's go to the next one. Here, Borak, the Soul Warlock. Hey, nice. Reminds me of the guy from Rise of the Guardians, the evil guy. Really good, man. Love the expression, the faces right there. Nice evil character. I think the cloak could be improved just a little bit, like maybe adding more fall on the places closer to the hand rather than on the elbow, because right now the construction of the cloak is a little bit weird. But I like it. Really sharp, really stylized. Good stuff. And again, Marmoset here for the win. Nice. Arthur's Tail. Hey, another gentle giant. Well, maybe not so gentle. The hell is going on with that sword, man? Okay, so this is interesting. I okay. I see what you did here. So it's like the sword in the stone, but he couldn't take the sword out, and he just took the stone with him, right? Okay. So he's not worthy of the sword, but she's just gonna take the sword along with the with the stone. That's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool story. I feel that the environment needs definitely a little bit more work, but I really like the character. Now, in terms of the character, we do need to emphasize the forms of the body a little bit more, especially here on the neck, right? Like, he's got such a small face for the huge mass, and we really are not supporting the whole thing. Like, it's relatively fine to keep the head like relatively small, but we do need to add more muscles, especially here on the trapezius, so that he feels like as bulky as he is, right? So, but yeah, cool stuff, man. Cool stuff. The story, I really like the story. Really good story there. Amphibious Hunter. Nice. Another cool one here. This is poly paint as well. Good sculpt. This is by Art Angelus. Yeah, not bad. Not freaking bad. Good stuff there with the frog. This is Assassin, a pirate. Again, careful with the renders, guys. Careful with the renders. We don't want like super dark shadows. We want a little bit more of a global illumination sort of thing. We have access nowadays with all of this renders out there, Blender, Marmoset, Maya. You can get nicer renders, and we have the portfolio presentation workshop in case you need to get a refresh on how to set up some of the lights to get something that looks a little bit more interesting. I find it really interesting on your sculpting process here, my friend Cecin, because it looks very grungy. It's like a very grungy effect. It almost looks like it was made with actual clay, right? Which, if that was your decision, then that's pretty cool. If it's not, then that means that we need to work on the fundamentals of like form control and sculpting inside of ZBrush to make everything look a little bit closer to how it looks in the real world. It reminds me of the claymation cartoons that were popular like 30 years ago almost, right? Random question, does Marmoset support USD formats? That's a good question. I'm not sure. Marmoset Toolback 5 USD format. Seems like it does. Yeah, it does. Yep. I don't use it as much. I should use it more, I guess. I don't use it as much, but yeah, it does support USD. So you can the new version, right? The Marmoset 5. Nuclear Badger. Nice. It's nice. Yep, form. A little bit more form and texturing, right? And rendering. Especially if he has this very dark skin, we want to see a little bit more light on the environment so that we can really appreciate the forms. The Healing Monk. We need to work on this one a little bit more on the face, especially the face, because he looks a little bit weird. Some of the forms here on the... Like, this is the kind of stuff that happens very often. We focus too much on the top part of the character and we forget about the lower portions. And when we do that, then the lower portions look a little bit wonky and it looks like an incomplete section. Franny here confirming. Franny from the Marmoset team. Yes, Marmoset does support USD. Okay, let's delete that one. That's a repeated one. Retro space suit. Okay. Little Daft Punk vibes. Nice, nice. I'm not sure if I would consider this a character. We're missing that thing that makes it a character. That's a good model. Actually, Warrior of the Dawn. This is very nice. I like this one. Clean. Good stuff. Are you Mexican, El Cactus? You're probably Mexican or Latin American. Good stuff, man. Yeah, very animated kids movie, sort of like vibe. Really, really nice and clean construction of this assets. Like, love the bracelet right there. Really nice stuff. Act Mexican, excelente, mi estimado. Te quedó muy bien. Muy, muy bien. Very good choice of colors. You're keeping the color palette control. Like, it's not like super extremely hyper saturated, but it's also not like super extremely dark. You still have that sort of like very vivid Mexican color images. So the good stuff. I like it. Good pose as well. Nice. Delete it. Next one. Pilgrim. Nice. Okay. That's a weird handguard for the sword. That serves no purpose. so this is something that you guys always need to think about, right? I really like using the quote form follows function. So anytime we make a decision or we need to decide on something, ask yourself why. Why do I need this? Do I need it? Do I not need it? Like this guard right here. Like, what's the purpose of the guard or the cross guard? Is so that if a blade slides through your blade, it stops there. It doesn't cut your fingers or your hand. By having this guard on the lower section or the lower portion, like this hand is completely vulnerable. And not only that, it's going to be very difficult to manage this kind of thing. So don't invent just for the sake of inventing. Think about why you want to do certain things. Okay? That's going to give you stronger and more relatable designs. Okay, another violinist. Nice. Yeah, as you guys know, again, I'm not going to spend as much time on some of these submissions just because we can see that there are fundamental things that need to be improved. And I, again, thank every single person that participated on this. Even if you're a complete beginner and this is the first time that you participate in a competition or the first character that you do, that's great. Like, believe me, if I show you some of the first characters I did, you would laugh, right? I've actually shown some of them on the stream. My point is, when we see something like this, you should be the first to analyze and be like, hey, you know what? I think I need, based on what I've seen some other people do, I need to improve on my forms. I need to improve on my materials. I need to improve on my cloth. I need to improve on the rendering. So all of those things are things that you need to first learn about and then improve upon. Okay? After looking at all the good renders done in the Marmoset, I think I should export my Blender scene to Marmoset via USD and render it there. It's a really good software. It is a really good software, man. Nice. This one's interesting. Cool. Soriel. Looks like an inventor kind of guy. Cool stuff, man. I'm really happy. One thing I'm really happy is that I haven't really seen any of the submissions that screams to me that someone cheated and used like AI to generate anything. So I'm really happy about that, guys. I'm really happy that you really took the challenge and did it yourselves. This one's nice as well. When you're doing things like belts or this thing, again, ask yourself the question, guys. Why, or how is this guy getting into this belt? That's a good question, right? Like, how is he getting all of his cloth inside of this? So you need a strap, or you need a hook, or you need something, right? Every single thing that you do needs to have an explanation. So same thing for this thing right here on his shoulder. Like, how is that thing staying there? Is it like pinned with like a button? Is it like placed? Magic, obviously, right? Yeah, but the problem is, again, remember we talked about this communication thing? If you can't communicate to your audience that everything is done with magic, then people are just going to question like, oh, that makes no sense. Like, a person cannot get into that belt easily. Nice. Simono with this character, Aldrich Sunworth. I love the environment. You did a good job there on the environment. I'm sure if you did it yourself or got it, but I like the composition here. The model's not bad. Some metal areas might feel a little bit thin, so be careful with that. But other than that, good project. Yeah, another one of this like flat renders illustration style. Nice. Nina and Sarceline. Good, good. Paul, the grave robber. Oh, he looks very creepy. Yeah, fundamentals, guys. Modeling, texturing. We need to work on that. Posing, gesture, proportions. The render is very Valheim. Which one? This one? Or this one? One of the older ones? Oh my god! A cockroach? Or what is it, like a bug? This is so cool, man. Love this clay render, by the way. So what is it, like an ant? A cricket? What is it? He's gonna kill someone. Oh, this is so good, man. That's very nice. That's very, very nice. I love this. See, this is a perfect example on how an insect that would normally be an insect becomes a character. Just add a hat, add a motive, add consciousness, right? Make it tell a story, and boom, you got yourself a character. That's so good, Sadish. Congrats, man. That's a fun one. From dust to wings. You get like an undead character as well. She seems to be like attached to these crystals. Okay, interesting sculpt. I like the bird as well. Okay, careful with all of this. Too much, right? Too much information. Too many things. Becomes difficult to appreciate. It's better here on the final render because the focus is really on her. But be careful with adding way too much noise, okay, guys? That goblin got a lot of hype from the community. Which goblin? The one that I just showed? This one? Yeah, it's a cool one. She looks quite what's the word? Energetic, I guess. Like she's gonna cause us some mayhem. That's what I mean, right? Like she is gonna cause some mayhem. Eddie Manowar, Histories, brutal heavy metal guitarist. Nice. Yay. I like the bulkiness. It reminds me of Brutal Legend, the game. You guys remember that one? Jambi, the Dreamwalker. Yeah, this is a nice one as well. Reminds me of like Magic the Gathering. Oh my god. See, this is the thing, guys. This is where there's a little bit of a disconnect sometimes in us as modelers. Beautiful sculpt. Beautiful. Great clay render. Like, love it. Everything on this piece, I love it. But then something happened on the texturing side of things and on the rendering side of things where we lost a little bit of that uniqueness, right, to the character. And that's where we need to figure out what it is. We need to figure out how to get there, okay? Is this Kratos, is this yours? Sorry if I just skimmed through it. So the thing that I see with this one is the fact that we have a little bit of an issue with the proportions, right? Like the forms of the character. The character looks just like way too blocky. Way too blocky. See how there's like absolutely no silhouette here on the character? We need to work a little bit on that. The guitar looks fine. I like the guitar. I think you did a good job there with the character. But for instance, here on the muscles, I think you did take the Oni course, right? If I'm not mistaken. So we gotta be careful with really applying that information to make, for instance, the muscles on the character look a little bit more strong. Same for the demons, right? Like you got a bunch of demons, and there's a lot of anatomy exposed on the demons. We need to really emphasize them a little bit more. Now here on the actual render itself, the question that I would ask you is, it seems like you used a lot of like shader stuff, right? Like this shaders right here, or is this actual like baked textures? Because if it's shaders, they look very, very cool. But one thing that we definitely miss is a little bit more texturing involved in that, right? I mean, it depends on the style, right? Actually, there's one game, I've been mentioning this quite a bit lately, called Tears of Metal. Have you guys played it? If you haven't, do it. It's really, really good. And as you can see, they also use that like style, right? Like that, like a crosshatch style on the shaders. And the characters, they look like they're like drawn like from a comic or something. So But even though we have that style, right, on the texture, like that crosshatch style, there's still information on the texture itself. Look at this, like breastplate, for instance. Can you see those like squiggly lines? That one right there, like this yellow stuff right there. So there's more information happening. It's not just like a flat brown color and then with the cross-hatched effect. And I feel like on this render right now, we are seeing a little bit of that, where the shader is doing all of the work and we're missing a little bit more like visual information on the actual textures. So it's a combination of that visual texture approach, my friend, as well as a little bit more control on the form, right? So for instance, here, I'll help you real quick. So one thing that I've mentioned before in other portfolio reviews is there is a muscle that we're missing that goes here on the side of the arm. So there is the brachioradialis that goes here and it goes towards the front, right? It's the brachioradialis and the extensor carpi radialis longus. So the reason why that muscle is so important is because it changes the silhouette on the outer side of the arm to this. So instead of having both like parts of the arm at the same place, we're pushing this a little bit further up, like that, okay? And that changes the silhouette of the arm and it makes the arm look a little bit stronger. So that's the kind of stuff that we need to take care of in the sculpting section before we jump into texturing, to make sure that then the textures really helps us. I like this blocky style. Like it looks interesting. Like I know you're not going for realistic or like completely stylized. So I like this like squarish effect, but incorporating those like decisions in the anatomy, in the forms, in the modeling, and like further refining them with the texturing side of things is gonna make your piece look a lot more appealing. Okay. Now we're talking about Jambi here. So again, this is a Beanie. Actually, Beanie won something last time. So Beanie is an amazing instructor. I just feel something here, Beanie. I feel like something is missing on the rendering. I'm not sure if it's the material definition or something, or the texturing, but I feel like this clay render looks way more compelling than this render right here. The great stuff as well, Beanie. Great stuff. This one deleted, right? Yeah. Is this it? Original message was deleted. Okay, so all of those are deleted. So this is it, guys. We've managed to get to the final one after 4 hours and 35 minutes of streaming time. We got to Eye of the Reaver. There you go. Yeah. And funnily enough, this Eye of the Reaver by our friend Pudi-san, he was one of the first ones to submit. I think he submitted like, yeah, there you go, July 11th. So like literally like 2 weeks after the announcement, he submitted. It's good. It's nice. I like the pose, but I did mention, and I did. I'm not sure if he got the message, but I did reach out to some. I think I didn't I? I'm almost sure I wrote a message or not. But what I shared is when our friends at Marvelous gave us the 1 month free trial for the software, I mentioned, hey, you might benefit quite a bit from bringing this into Marvelous and doing the cloth with Marvelous so that the folds and everything looks way more realistic. I miss mine. Are you recording stream to watch again? Yes. So this stream will remain up here on YouTube. I think I didn't miss a single one from the ones that were officially posted, unless. Yeah, no, all of them. Shimori and everything, yeah. Yeah, I think I did check every single one of them. So yeah, just scroll through them. I went in order of submission, or actually a reverse order of submission. So yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. Pretty much it. With this, we are now officially closing the submissions. Well, of course, the submissions were closed yesterday, but with this, we're officially closing this first review. 183 submissions. God damn. Yeah, that was a long stream, guys, but I'm really happy to see what you guys came up with. There were some amazing pieces, and now, well, the next stage of this contest will begin. The first thing we will be doing is we will be selecting the top 30 submissions of this 183 submissions. That's going to be the official, let's say, pick that we as the Ableo 3D team are going to send to the judges. They will be sent all of these 30 submissions along with the stories and everything, and they will have to go through all of them, evaluate them, and of course submit their scores. We're gonna be organizing that in the next couple of weeks, in the next 2 weeks, and we will announce who the top 30 submissions were, as well as the top winners of these submissions on August 21st. Okay, so that's pretty much it for today, my friends. Before we leave, I just want to give a huge shout out to our sponsors for this contest. So first of all, thank you to Alan, thank you to David for being part of this amazing team. Thank you to every single one of you for being part of this community. Thank you to everyone that participated. Even if you didn't manage to finish, I would still encourage you to continue working on them and sharing that in the works in progress in our channel, because of course there's so many amazing things here, and people are going to be very happy to help you get to the next level here in our community. And of course, thank you very much to thank you very much to our 5 sponsors this time around. The team at Cascadeur, the team at 3D Code, the team at Marmoset, the team at Marbles Designer, and the team at... I'm missing one. Who am I missing? Topogon? Was it Topogon? Did I say Topogon? My God, I don't want to miss anyone. Give me 1 second. I want to make sure I don't miss anyone. So we got Topogon, 3D Code, Cascadeur, Marmoset, and of course Marbles Designer. Those are the 5 sponsors for the 4th contest here on the Leal 3D channel. Thank you everyone for being a part of this. The top 30 will be chosen internally. We will not share who the top 30 are until we announce the winners as well in 2 weeks, okay? So also keep in mind that the community votes will open next week. So as soon as we have that set up, we will be sharing that in the channel so that everyone can jump in and vote well for your favorite pieces as well. It's going to be a lot tougher because, again, we got so many of them this time around, but hopefully you guys have enjoyed all of this, enjoyed all of these amazing pieces, and as someone mentioned here in the chat, learn a lot as well. If you learned something throughout this experience, then consider yourself already a winner. That's pretty much it, my friends. Thank you very much, and don't forget, always learning, always improving. I will see you back on the next one. Bye bye.